The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. They're off to the races at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia in Zagreb. After 9 rounds of classical in Bucharest, players were chomping at the bit to tackle the faster time controls. Wildcard Levon Aronian was elated to get back in the saddle for his first GCT event of the year, earning a win, a loss, and a draw for the perfect trifecta of results. The Frenchman with 2 names, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, is clearly in his element, winning his first 2 games and sitting pretty atop the leaderboard. The first day of Rapid Chess is in the books, but the race to the podium has just begun. Day 2 of exhilarating chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 2 of the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz held here in beautiful Zagreb, Croatia. We had an exciting day 1, and the players will surely bring their unmatched fighting spirit to the tables for day 2. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
The fast time controls are bringing out the best in some of the world's highest rated chess players. More great action coming up right now. Hello and welcome, and it's day 2 at the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz. I'm international master Jovanka Houska, and it's going to be a lot of fun commenting the action alongside Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Evgenij Miroshnichenko.
Great pleasure to be with you both. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Gotta tell you, day 1 sure started with a bang as the players took outsized risks in their search of victory. It was great fun calling all the action. I'm hoping for more of the same today. Jovi, do the honors. Tell us our standings after day 1 of exciting chess.
It certainly was entertaining, and in the end, it was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave who put on a sparkling performance, and he's at the top with 5 points out of a possible 6. Fabiano, Caruana and Wesley are both on 4 points, and then we have a whole load of players on 50%, and some of those players haven't yet won a game. They've just achieved 3 draws, so we'll see whether they can bring some decisive action today.
A lot of wolves there. Tell us about the format for this SuperUnited.
It is a 10-player round robin, and the tournament has 2 parts to it. The rapid portion is played at a time control of 25 minutes plus 10-second time bonus per move. The blitz is a lot shorter. It's just 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And in the rapid, well, it's 2 points for a win, 1 point for the draw, nothing if you lose. At blitz, it's a lot more standard. 1 point, half a point for a draw.
Nice. And our schedule, Jovi?
Yes, well, as we see, we already have 1 day in our books. That's 3 rounds, but there are 6 rounds of rapid remaining. And over the weekend, that's when we'll have 18 games of a blitz. And on Sunday, it's going to be when the champion is crowned.
And maybe playoffs too. Ooh, that will be fun. Miro, tell us more about our leaders and how they got here.
Well, yeah. Let's once again take a closer look at the trio of our leaders. Well, the recipe kind of carries on from the previous event. You don't have to lose. Well, just win some games, stay undefeated, and that puts you, in the lead. We'll start with one Wesley, who has won his first game against, well, so far, quite an unlucky candidate for the World Championship title, or rather challenger. So win against Gukesh, 2 draws against Anish Giri and MVL, puts Wesley on 4 out of 6 or +1. And he's tied for the second with no one else but Fabiano Caruana, who's on the same schedule, a win in the first round. In Fabi's case, it was against Vidit Gujrathi, and 2 consecutive draws against Nepo and Alireza Firouzja. And our leader, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, started with 2 wins. Well, a roller coaster game against Levon Aronian, which could go either way, and then a smooth victory against Saric, draw against Wesley in round 3, and here you have it, MVL on 5 out of 6, so lead, and looking forward to today's games.
Absolutely impressive performances by our leaders, and it's my pleasure to introduce our 2 remaining broadcast members of our team, Anastasiya and Cristian in Zagreb.
Good to see you guys. Welcome back, chess fans, to day 2 here at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz held in beautiful Zagreb, Croatia. I had an exciting yesterday time during the games, but also during the soccer games as well.
Of course.
And the players were having a lot of fun.
I also had a lot of fun, of course, watching football match. I'm not sure about Anish Giri, though, and Jan Smits. Probably they didn't have much fun because of the result yesterday Netherlands showed. But today in the morning, I decided to check also what's happening here. Next to the playing venue was the last and the second and the last day of Kasparov Chess Foundation training camp. Garry Kasparov once again was training the young generation of grandmasters and international masters who gathered in Zagreb these days. You can see them now on the screen. And one of the very, very promising international master from England, Royal Shreyas, he was showing the game against Gukesh. Can you imagine that, Cristian? And it was really interesting moment because he said, I would play this move, but I was playing against Gukesh and I was a little bit, had so much respect to him. And of course, Garry was teasing him a little bit at this moment, and it was really, really nice conversation between them.
Henry Tudor also, who is a player from Romania, only 12 years of age, he drew another participant of the Grand Chess Tour, another wild card of the Grand Chess Tour. That was Arjun Erigaisi.
Yes, so this young generation of kids, they're coming. We can see also Samonenkov, Ukrainian player, grandmaster, young grandmaster here as well. Promising generation is coming, and all of them will, of course, come to the playing venue today to watch top guys competing on the boards.
It's great to see Garry mentoring them as well. He's having a lot of fun also.
Yes.
But let's talk about some of the players that I'm having my eyes on for day 2. And I'm going to start with a player that has struggled in day 1. There's no other way to put it. That is Vidit Gujrathi. As you can see, he did not score a single half a point in day 1. Definitely will be looking to mount a comeback in day 2. 29 years of age, and he is the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss winner. That's how he qualified to the candidates. And by the way, he played a marvelous event at the candidates. Back and forth, he was going with the best chess players. As you can see, he's getting ready for his game. He looks ready. He looks ready to mount the comeback.
Do you remember whom he defeated in this candidates tournament?
Hikaru 2-0, yes.
Absolutely.
He played spoilers in that tournament. Now let's talk about another wild card going into this event who got the call only a few days before the event started. That is Levon Aronian, 41 years of age, and he's the 2-time Chess World Cup winner. Just an incredible player, and we saw how dangerous he can be in yesterday's games. Even in his loss against MVL, he was winning.
Had chances, absolutely, yes.
And after that with Vidit with the black pieces, just an incredible game that was. Look at him. He's ready to play as well. I cannot wait for the games to begin. Guys, back to you in St. Louis. We'll be here to give you all the behind the scenes.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and thank you, Cristian. Jovi, do the honors and tell our viewers what they can expect in round 4 pairings.
Well, a lot of chess excitement, especially because Alireza Firouzja has the white pieces against Anish Giri. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, tournament leader, plays Gukesh. Vidit Gujrathi needs to make a bounce back. Well, he's got the white pieces against Wesley. So Jan Nepomniachtchi plays white against local hero Ivan Saric. And then we have Fabiano Caruana playing white against his countrymate Levon Aronian.
Championship of St. Louis on the line there. What else are they playing for, Jovi?
They are playing for enjoyment, but also a lot of money. First place nets $40,000, second place $30,000, third $25,000.
What is going on? The tournament is having a moment of silence for the passing of Magnus Carlsen's mother. So once again, the tournament just had a moment of silence for the passing of the mother of Magnus Carlsen. Quite a shocking moment. As round 4 begins, Jovi,
Yes.
where would you like to take us?
Does. Maybe we can start by looking at the game of our tournament leader, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
He is up against challenger Gukesh. MVL, as we know, just didn't qualify to the candidates. And it's going to be very interesting to see how he handles his business against this new generation of players, challenger Gukesh. Bishop c4. We can't call it the Grand Prix because, as you've informed me, Miro, this should be a white pawn on f4. Bishop c4.
Was this exactly how Gukesh played his game yesterday with Bishop c4?
I think there was something else included. It could have been a knight c3, but you know, it's very strange that we're playing a Sicilian, and I'm a little bit unsure as to when the theory. What does, I'm sure people have played Bishop c4. There's no question. But how often do they play it in that move order?
Well, relatively rare. Still like 600-700 games.
And then the move e5 immediately instead of, let's say, d3. And I'm assuming d5 is the appropriate answer to White's e5?
Yeah, in almost an uncharted territory, I have to tell you. After
Really?
White's move 4, the database that I have has 14 games only.
14.
And yeah, opinions are split between d5 and somewhat more popular knight g4. Knight g4 would, I presume, allow some bishop f7, knight g5 business.
Which is why my gut, you know, kind of went, wait a minute, I don't think I want to get involved in this business. But then again, maybe the Black King actually castles by hand or
back
something.
somewhere, maybe even e8, and then you take
the pawn?
the pawn, I guess.
Wow. Well, in this particular, well, no. I mean, Jovi, help me out here. Am I blundering something?
No, queen d5 is coming, so
Knight
you
f7,
can knight
I guess?
f7 and then queen e8 to hold things
Or
tight.
e6, yeah, if I go queen d5. But this is a pawn sacrifice. This, I mean, it's kind of weird. My gut would be to avoid knight g4, but d5, and I'm assuming in that case, bishop b5, and then here knight g4 is more comfortable, as is knight
you don't
d7.
want to be putting your knight in the middle of the board on e4 because
Yeah,
it's in danger of getting trapped.
Exactly. I can even take with a check. Excuse me, that's check. And then, as you say, rightfully,
d3.
Whoops. How many times have we blundered our knight in this fashion? But in this case, knight to d7, and it's kind of weird because it's not a French yet. I haven't played the move e7, e6, but I'm just wondering what the tempi tell us. Like if we have played castles, are we in a French defense? Where
It does feel like we're in a French defense where you go rook e1, c3, d4.
Yeah.
I mean,
d6.
I would be, I would definitely be going rook e1 before going c3, just to give the bishop a hiding place on f1 if needed.
The move e5 has actually stunned Gukesh as he takes quite a think on move 4, 1, 2, 3, on his fourth move in a Sicilian.
They're moving at a snail's pace.
Yes.
Maybe we can go to the game between Alireza Firouzja against
Anish. And
Anish, yes.
they are blitzing big time. And let's see where it starts out with a Joko piano, some very strange move order, c3 and a5 and rook e1. And then this g5, something we're very familiar with. Knight a3, okay, I like where this knight is going. c2, e3, and hopping either to d5 or f5. But now comes a very nice intermezzo. bishop h4. So we're not sacrificing the knight for 2 pawns, which is the tradition, right? We're offering the knight sacrifice, which Anish rejected rather quickly, as if this is all theory and news to me. Miro, jump in on this one. This is the game of Alireza and Anish, and we've just seen g4, bishop h4, king g7. Is this all pre-approved?
All known.
All known and pre-approved.
All known. That's a theory.
Yes.
And the reason, I just figured out that the reason bishop h4 is clever, that if you take on f3 and black goes king g7, and
for
then
example,
white can prepare, the kind of long-term attack with knight c2, knight e3, and so on. So it looks very similar to the line where you sacrifice
for 2 pawns.
For 2 pawns on g5, but then in that case, black has the h-file open. And sometimes it's very helpful to go rook h8 and rook h6.
Yeah.
Right, while here you don't have this option. So king g7, all known. I don't want to say standard because nothing's standard about this position, and it will develop in a non-standard fashion once again, because one of the ways to continue after knight c2 would be, well, you can actually take according to the machine, but kind of the safer and more human line would be to go knight e7, which, well, in this particular case, involves having the king on f6, but just for a brief moment, and then you'll move the king back.
If you don't mind, just...
wait a second. Move the king back, I say, and then I see this line, knight f5, and then you take, and apparently you take. That's what computer says. It's relatively equal. Yeah, well, just slight plus for white, and say after g3 you go king g5. I mean, the king is a piece, so you can use it. Well, and then you prepare f5 and king f6, king g7. I don't know if it works, but
I just like the position from the idea that the most developed piece black has
is the king.
Is the king.
Is a Spartan warrior.
William Steinitz had this theory that the king is a strong piece and it should take care of its own defense itself. Yeah,
it is a strong piece in the ending.
Exactly, when people can't attack it. But h3 is a new move, because before that everyone had been playing knight d2.
Oh yeah.
And it's a new idea. Interestingly enough, I was looking at who had played this line with white. Can you guess the average age?
The age, not the rating.
Yeah, not the rating. But no, these guys are good. Okay.
Right.
17,
yeah,
18.
So would be around about 18, 19. So it was Sindarov, who's 17, 18 years old. Then there's Sam Sevian, who tried it. And then finally there was also, I've forgotten the third one, Raunak Sadwani. And now Alireza has bumped up the age a little bit.
He's a veteran. H2, H3 is, okay, again, as you were mentioning prior to this moment, knight d2, H3 novelty, basically saying, take my knight or else.
Yeah, g takes, and
you're forced to take the knight. So you're forced to play queen takes
queen
f3.
f3 played.
And now black has to sort himself out.
Right, and it's not that obvious because
how to break the pin.
The lines that computer has are somewhat puzzling.
Okay.
Like one move I can get behind is the move knight to b8.
Yes.
To get it to d7. So, well, not the move itself perhaps, but the idea, because it goes knight b8, say, in this line. It goes rook g8 first, and then after knight c2. Knight b8 is one of the moves.
Okay.
Once again, very confusing. I presume our weak computer is not very helpful here. So if this is analyzed, then yeah, it's probably analyzed with like really strong computers. Our computer says it's well, nothing special, around equal.
If you don't mind, throw knight b8 on the board immediately.
Immediately. Let's find out what's wrong. Then d4 is annoying.
Knight apparently. To d7?
Knight to d7. I don't know why.
Can we do this whole maneuver with the bishop on e6?
On e6, yeah.
Because I'm not comfortable with leaving the bishop on
right.
c8.
So can we start with bishop e6 then? And the answer is we can. It goes either rook a to d1 or bishop d5. Like rook a to d1 is one move.
And now...
And let's say we go knight b8. Yeah. And again, the fact that the knight protects the bishop, and now I sort of understand that, yeah, rook g8 is kind of useful waiting move that he was doing. And then after knight c2, the same line, white would not have d4, which he has right now. d4 and then knight d7 doesn't work because of d5. And then if not knight d7, then it's not clear what the reaction is, because capturing on c4, guess what? The knight is getting closer to e5 pawn, but also, which might be even more devastating, to the f5 square. So, looks very dangerous, if you ask me, and it's a nice piece of preparation.
Queen takes f3. Well, we'll keep an eye on this one. Again, Alireza sacrificing a knight coming out of the opening. And where would you like to take us?
I would
Jovi?
like to go to the game between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian.
Now, that has a game with a lot of points between the two players, as Fabi is tied for second, and Levon had a mixed day in day one, 50% with a win, loss, and draw.
Do you feel like Levon could quite easily, if there had been some luck involved or maybe some...
Absolutely. I know where you're going.
He
2.5 points.
3 points, I would say,
even.
because, you know, he was really putting pressure on Nepomniachtchi there in the third round.
Exactly. So this is a Nimzo Indian with the f2, f3. I'm not even sure what this Nimzo Indian is called. This line of the Nimzo with f3. Is it a modern Miro?
Samish. Yeah.
Samish.
No, I always...
Samish. It is.
I always
It is.
Samish with a3.
We can consult the oracle.
Well, I mean...
Yeah, you press this magical button, openings, and it says Kmoch variation, whatever it means.
Hans
Whatever
Kmoch.
it
No, it
means.
says Samish, Keres variation for mine.
Okay, and his
This is later on down the line.
Later on down
Okay.
the line. Okay.
Okay, so King f2, this takes a little explanation. So the idea is after the move knight c7, it's not so easy and comfortable for white to develop his pieces. It really depends a great deal on how black intends to capture these pawns, the c3 pawn as well as the c5 pawn. So the idea behind the move king f2, why do you voluntarily give up the move castling, is because essentially you want to give up the pawn on c5 and answer that with bishop e3. And you want to answer queen takes c3 thereafter with another tempo developing move, knight e2. So it turns out that with our dark square bishop, our king on f2 is safe, and we have some control over the dark squares. Bishop e3, knight a6, a4, knight takes c5. I'm comfortable up to this moment.
But on the screen, take a look at that. There's a double question mark
on that move. The engine does not like this move, Miro.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Why?
It doesn't.
Is our queen getting trapped after c4?
No.
I mean, we do have bishop
Well,
e2.
c4 is an
Is there,
option.
like, knight e2 an option?
Yeah, I was just thinking, because I saw the double question mark,
Yes.
I was thinking, oh, it loses material. A single question mark doesn't lose material, but a double question mark.
Well, in your line,
Yeah.
yes, so bishop takes b5, c takes b5, and then right you are, the queen is kind of in danger,
Yeah.
but it's an initiative game, right? So knight b8 to a6 is quite strong. And then if you to a6, yes, exactly.
And
Then just
Pretending
get
that
a
the pawn is not there. And then if you take, I presume, like rook d8, knight d3, and you find it uncomfortable.
Gotcha. Let's just pause our analysis and send it to Zagreb and Cristian.
I was actually mesmerized by this game as well, because I was trying to figure out what the preparation was for Fabiano. This is considered to be more or less a pretty much very equal position out of the opening. That's why we don't see this f3 being essayed at the top level very often. And I was going through the variations, of course. As Miro just pointed out, bishop to a6 is already a huge problem. And I do believe that we see the right move on the board, and that is the move knight to e2. Of course, you cannot take on b5 because now I will take on c5 first. You take on c5, now I reinforce this pin. I don't take on b5. I'm going to take on b5. You cannot play the move a6 because right now you can no longer take on b5. The rook on a8 is hanging. But the big question comes, what if black plays the right move, right? What if black plays, let's say, a6? You're not yet threatening to take on a b5. I can play the move knight to e2. Don't take on b5 because after bishop takes c5, take on c5, a takes b5. This pawn, after the exchange of the queen for the two rooks, after queen takes b8, the pawn on b5 is going to be a tremendous force. And you can understand that over the board. But the big question comes after bishop to b7, knight to e2, bishop to b7. Hey, you just lost the tempo. Now my rook on a8 is protected. I am threatening to take on b5. Maybe you go bishop to c4, but why would you do this? It seems like you just lost a couple of tempis. What I do believe his idea was in fact this cheeky little move, queen to g3. Now, you can take on b5, but after bishop to h6, I'm provoking you to go g6. I will take on b5, and you can take on a1, but after rook takes a1, now bishop takes f8, king takes f8, and queen takes b8 comes on the board. Everything is falling in the position for black. This queen to g3, by the way, starting all the way from king to f2, this can easily be missed. Even if you look at this with the strongest engines, you have to hold the hand of the engine and find this type of ideas, this type of maneuvers in the position. Queen to g3, I believe, was Fabiano's preparation in this one. Nevertheless, bishop to a6. After that mistake, knight to e2 came on the board, and now Fabi has a much better position.
A fascinating analysis there.
Absolutely. How do these two players match up?
Let's go there. Let's have a look.
Head-to-head.
Their head-to-head scores. Obviously, they played each other a lot of times, but would you have guessed this?
Wow.
16 wins for Fabiano, but 20 wins for Levon, 23 draws. Wow.
They
Again,
know each other
They
very
have
well.
played a lot of chess against each other.
Exactly. And Miro, I'm looking at this position after knight e2, and this looks seriously like, I mean, I don't want to say lost, but it looks just dreadful for Levon. I mean, look at the pieces huddled on the queen side. How bad is it?
How bad is it? Well, the number
Yes.
is +1.
Only
+1 point something, and +1 is easy to understand because after all, this +1 means an extra pawn. So you do win the pawn on b5, plain and simple.
But I thought it was even more.
Yeah, so it'd be something like this. And yeah, white is much better, but the game goes on, I would guess. So knight to d7, rook to c8, something along these lines. Understand it must be like objectively lost.
Well, why is it only? Sorry, why is it only +1 if I go?
Because it's one pawn. Yes,
But it's more than one pawn.
It's one. No, well, 1.4.
And
1.4. Well, anyway.
Okay.
So the trick here is like, I'm afraid, like Christian's not telling us all the truth because he might be involved in the preparation, but also like no one knows all the truth. It's clear that a6 was a better move. Yeah.
Okay.
A6, and my kind of short investigation is knight e2, I think, bishop b7, queen g3, and indeed this line when you take the bishop is terrible, but you kind of have to go e5.
Right.
And it's quite an entertaining line. So bishop goes here, knight goes here. That's why you went e5 at first place.
Bishop
then
c4.
I don't know. Yeah, well, bishop c4 would be desirable,
Check.
but then there is a check on c5. So that's why you'd have to play like bishop d3, and the line would go on and on and on
From here.
Very hard to navigate.
Thank you, Miro.
Still very nice preparation there from Fabiano, and I like those lines. Someone who is in trouble, though, is Gukesh, as it looks like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's opening strategy has worked to a treat.
Let's
there you can see.
Looks like a French defense. Somehow it kind of...
But this is the unusual bishop c4 plus the whole idea of going e5.
On the next move. And then after d5, Gukesh played knight to g8, a move very unexpected. I was looking at knight d7 exclusively, knight g8, d4, and they have transposed into what looks to be
French is an
French.
A French, but a dream French for white.
Exactly.
Because the bishop is sat there on c2, so I'm just looking at the game position, but soon the bishop is going to get to where it wants to be,
Right.
on c2.
Nice.
When you have a pawn on e5, this is the dream diagonal for a bishop, because it just has unblocked access to the h7 square, and yeah, Yasser knows exactly what I've got on my agenda.
Yeah, no castling kingside for black. And the move bishop d3 was the last move. So I'm assuming that's the prelude for queen e2, so we can defend our pawn. And bishop f4 and just...
You can play on both sides of the board as well. You can go rook ac1 and then work on that line. How are you going to develop the bishop?
That's
and the knight as well. Knight doesn't have any great squares.
The development.
No, this is a dream position for white.
Right out of the openings.
And, well, it's interesting because yesterday, chances to win the tournament, we saw that the computer had Alireza as the favorite.
Huge.
Take a look at what it's got for MVL, 12.4%. But after one day, oh, look at that. The numbers have suddenly gone in favor for MVL, 24.9%, 23.5% for Alireza, and for Fabiano, 16.9%. And my pick, Nepo, is there, 14.4%.
Firouzja didn't fall as much as I had expected, and Fabi didn't gain as much as I had expected either.
Yeah, it's very interesting, but it's the computer doing all these simulations.
Exactly.
It does a ridiculous amount and then decides, nope, this one.
Rook to b1. Okay, so the idea behind that move, clearly enough, is to defend the pawn on b2. I find that a tad peculiar myself. Would have expected something more akin to queen e2, but rook to b1. We'll keep an eye on this one. I'm very curious to see what is going on in the game between Vidit and Wesley. So again, as those of you who saw the opening of our show know, Vidit is having had a terrible day one, as he lost all of his games, and he's up against Wesley So, who's currently enjoying a share of second place. And Vidit with the white pieces, this comes out one of these peculiar Joko pianos where you surrender the center voluntarily, and the engines show that with very precise play, you get good counterplay as black. Are we still in theory on this one, Miro? I'm referring to the game between Vidit and Wesley.
Well, there is one game.
This is what I
see. Yeah.
And it's going to be Wesley So, who it represents?
Not sure. So after knight f4, well, the only game that was played, white captured on f4.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you who was playing white in that game. It was Lenia Dominguez against Alireza.
Yeah.
Okay.
So bishop takes f4, knight takes f4, and how did the game go?
Queen d2, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the knight went back to...
Knight, normally you would go to e6,
You would think.
That's your setup, right?
Yes. And how did it go?
So
Jovi?
after the knight came to f4, queen to d2 was played.
Sure.
Knight e6, just as you guys
Yes.
prescribed. Knight to g3,
Yep.
and then f6.
f6. And this again was the game between Alireza.
Lenia
And
Dominguez
Linier.
and Alireza.
Yeah, Linear was white in that game. All right, we'll keep an eye on that, and let me just see what the current position is. Indeed, we have bishop takes f4 on the board, knight takes f4, and if knight e6, knight g3, f7, f6, they would be repeating that game.
And
how do these two players match up?
Yes, let's have a look. And you can see, well, not so many games makes
10
a change.
games, yeah.
One win in Vidit's favor, but 3 wins for Wesley and 7 draws.
Wow.
Well, it's 11 games of chess.
Nice. We'll keep an eye on this one. I wanted to go back to...
Can we
well,
just
please.
check in on the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi against Ivan Saric?
We are witnessing something incredibly peculiar for Jan. We haven't seen this, I don't think, at any time in his career. He's drawn his last 15 games, or
yes.
was it 12?
Okay, so he drew his 9 games
In Bucharest.
He drew
3
yesterday.
games
Yes, 3
here.
games yesterday.
So that's
and also, if you
12.
take the last 3 games that he played at the candidates, there were
Toronto.
also 3 games as
So
well.
it would be a streak of
15.
15 games without a win. And it's unbelievable. Nepo is such a player. And what a crazy position he has on the board. 2 rooks, 4 bishops. And let me just see where this comes out of. Well, so my first impression is I really like White's position a lot.
I love White's position, and if you're going to see that pawn will get to a6, which is like the perfect endgame pawn.
Yeah, when I have this bishop eyeballing this pawn on a7, feel great about my position. And rook b5, rook d6, bishop f2. So we can or cannot win a pawn. No.
Well, let's go there.
Let's
so
just
rook
take a look.
a8, and then the bishop drops back to attack the rook. And, well, rook
What-
takes... You can't
Rook
takes
e6
pawn.
is there. Now, rook e6 is there. You have to be careful.
Rook
Because
e6.
this is available for black. However, the position
this is
might
a
be in
check.
white favor
King
still.
g2.
King
Yeah.
g2, yeah.
So I've given up a rook for 2 bishops, which is generally speaking a big no-no. But this a pawn is really strong.
And you also got rook takes b5, as you indicated.
And rook to b7. So that might be a combination worth falling into. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, your opponent lays a trap for you, but then you go down that trap door and you discover, hey,
There's riches.
There's a lot of riches. Maybe Jan is on the verge of his first win in
he
ages.
did not take that pawn.
King g2, perhaps?
He played g4.
G4.
Was the move to take the pawn on a7, would that have been viable, Miro?
Yes, was one of the moves, in fact. Not clear if the strongest ones. Well, the engine, once again, it's a bit confusing because one of the moves it insists on playing is returning our active rook to a1. So rook a5 to a1. We just a couple of moves ago we went rook a5. Rook a5.
We're not returning.
Yeah,
yet.
we're not returning.
G4 was met with pawn takes pawn.
G4
And the first move that I'm looking at after pawn takes pawn,
is to take with the bishop.
and I was looking at bishop g3.
Bishop g3.
I got bigger fish on my mind.
Well, bishop g3.
I just wanted to check it out, and you can see it.
It turns out you're not very happy winning this exchange because black would take on f3 and yeah.
2 pawns.
Okay, so then we change direction, and capture that pawn, obviously.
He
F4.
played
So which way
bishop
to-
takes g4.
Bishop takes.
Either way, well,
So
yeah, bishop g4 is better.
And now bishop g3 is on the agenda.
Yeah, and he's also looking at rook to g5 and bishop back.
Oh, but hang on a second.
Wait a minute. We've got
Wait.
bishop c5 now.
We got bishop g3.
Bishop b6.
What about bishop g3?
Bishop to g3.
Because you want to take that rook on d6 with check.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What do you call it when the bishop takes the rook and targets the rook and the king? Is it a fork?
A double attack.
Double attack, yeah.
But this looks marvelous for white. Bishop c5 can be met by bishop to b6, but in this case, I also have rook takes b5 winning material. I like your move a lot, Jovi, bishop to g3, but I'm a pawn grabber. I mean, why can't I just take this pawn? If I have a pawn on a7, it's just like, sorry, you take it right away. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Finally, something makes sense here to me in the morning. But bishop g3, that looks really, really good.
And indeed it's been played.
I mean, because as you say, if I capture the rook, it's going to be a double attack. And what on earth can Ivan do? Rook to b6, that doesn't help. That's an exchange and a pawn, right? Munch, munch, munch. I'm a very happy camper. Wow.
Looking great for Jan, who might be breaking that drawing streak after all.
It had to happen one day. And again, how is MVL doing? Because when we left it, he had a great position. He still does. I mean, Black has no development. Gukesh has no development. And I just wanted to turn our attention to Fabi and Levon, as Fabi's enjoying a pawn-up ending.
So how did this endgame occur?
Yeah,
These
so
nice
we
trades?
started with the bishops. So it all started with a very bad move by Levon, losing material. Bishop b5 right out of the opening. a6 was required. After bishop takes b5, bishop takes c5, and here's the rub. We're threatening mate in 1, which required a recapture. Then queen takes, knight to d7, pawn takes b5, and this ending, well, it's looks...
Just feels like it's one-way traffic.
It really
King
does.
will step up to e3.
Just a little bit. I'm a little bit worried if I go to e3 that, well, it's not a big deal. Of course, I can go to e3, but I was actually just wondering how good your knight, the black knight, would be on d3 if I just stepped out of the way.
Wow.
Knight to d3, rook to a1, knight to d4. It looks, as you say, one-way traffic. Fabi up a pawn, but the position's great.
And the clock time is great for
Also,
Fabiano, 20 minutes, whereas Levon just 5 minutes on the clock. And we saw that was his downfall in the first game yesterday against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Here, okay, he's using that time in order to survive this position.
By the way, just thinking about the rivalry between Levon and MVL, oftentimes the outcomes in their two games can decide the tournament. They often play for first place.
Yeah.
And that, in our case yesterday, it was for first place if the roles had been reversed, if the results had changed.
And let's not forget, a victory in Rapid does net you 2 points.
Exactly.
Not the standard 1 point. So okay, knight to d3. We're expecting the king just to move to g3, out
G3,
of harm's way.
Or even f3, as you said. And it looks really, really good for Fabi. Over to you, Miro. Where's the action?
Well, everywhere.
Everywhere. That's what we like to hear.
Yeah, so, well, Gukesh's game, we have, well, pretty much the same situation as in Levon. So he has gotten into trouble early on and he's down on the clock. And I think his problem's kind of piling up because now he returned the queen. So it's almost like one of those, when you look at the position and you ask, did White played like 5 moves in a row or something?
All by himself.
Because, like if you think of it, this, you would have like the knight on c6 and the pawn on b7, you'd have after 8 moves.
Right.
Now it's 20 played, and Black did not succeed all that much. So just a short remark, what had to be done if he wanted to go for d5. So after d5, knight b8, that's apparently like knight in some lines returns to the initial square, but not to g8, but the other knight square. So if you castle here, and computer recommends to take on 6, because if you castle, you can actually play this knight to b8.
Right.
And then develop the bishop, go e6, it's more of a Caro-Kann rather than the French. Yeah, and in current position, well, over here, like computer turns to like other moves. Knight c5 is not as great for whatever reason. Maybe because it lets Black develop. Maybe that's the whole. Maybe you could put even more pressure, but even then, so somewhat counterintuitive take on d7 nets White a great advantage. This pawn, yeah, I'm now like trying to emulate Yasser. Okay, this pawn is not great to take because queen a5. So
right,
knight
e5.
Yeah, when you go back to c5, Black.
Sadly.
You know, is very happy to take and eventually castle, I'd guess, at some point, right? I mean, takes here. So this would mean Black is out of the woods. So that's something you do not want to do. b4
is on the board.
b4 is not bad, but at least, once again, Black can have a sign of a relief by capturing here and going castle short.
But if you castle short, then...
Aren't you scared, right?
I'm very scared because the bishop can drop back to c2, queen to d3, and
Yeah,
that is
let's
okay. You can't do
let's
it
take a
right
look.
now. Okay.
There is knight a3.
Exactly.
Knight a3,
So but you don't have to do it right now. That's something that you have in your pocket to
Yeah.
torture black for a long time.
Yeah, it's not easy for black because this, like, whenever you build this battery, the queen in front of the bishop on a diagonal,
It's going to be nasty.
there is no good recipe for black that I can think
Like
of.
I
Not
can,
with the pawn on
it is
on
certainly
H5.
a bad French, and
Yep.
all white needs to do is just keep on slowly improving their position. And let's check out the lifetime score between these two. And what do you guys think? Well, not that many games, and it is very even. One win for Gukesh, one win for Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, and a draw. So 3 games.
Not really a lifetime, more like a flirtation. They hardly know each other. 3 games. I mean, come on. What's in 3 games? Wanted to turn our attention to the game between Alireza and Anish. That was the piece sacrifice, H2, H3. For those of you who are joining us late, it's a really remarkable piece of preparation by both players, actually. All of this is theory, including up to the move bishop h4. Normally, we're sacrificing the knight on g5. Knight takes g5, h takes g5, bishop takes g5. We're getting 2 pawns. In this particular case, we're only getting 1. And by the speed of his play, king g7, Anish was very familiar with the position, understood what he had to do. Until the novelty h2, h3 arrived, now he had to take the knight, and he's played bishop e6, bishop d5, queen e7. I think we were having just a look-see about ideas of knight b8 and knight d7, which is why white posted his bishop on d5. He wanted to discourage knight to b8, queen to e7, d4. Whoa. This is not a time that you should be wasting moves. Bishop to d7, knight c2, and we've caught up with the players. Anish still hasn't solved his very key problem. How does he deal with this pin?
Well, in a very straightforward manner, by breaking the pin. Knight takes d5 is on the agenda in many, many lines. So you can do it immediately or after rook g8 move. Knight d5, bishop takes. Well, computing some, well, for whatever reason, goes checks first, but it doesn't change much in the equation. So bishop takes, knight takes, and this is the position they'd be playing.
3
pieces for a queen and a pawn.
Right.
But yeah, as long as you keep a lot of pieces on the board and kind of coordinate them well,
yes,
I presume that in the middle game, black is absolutely fine having ideas of even playing f5 one day.
Wow. And by the way, knight takes d5 on the board.
Has happened, yeah.
A queen g3 check has happened.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
How deep is the preparation?
Queen g3, there is this...
Alireza is on 11 minutes and 47 seconds, and Anish on 6 minutes and 44 seconds. But one thing I just wanted to say about playing with a queen against those minor pieces, if one of those minor pieces is not working, then you can get into big trouble. So I'm thinking about this bishop on a7. If that's not in the game and white is able to coordinate towards the king side, then could be some issues.
All right. Well, one issue that's going through my mind is maybe I don't have to take your queen. For example, let's say you play king h7. I mean, I can take your queen and give up the 3 pieces if we're discussing. I can also take the knight.
Yes.
That's a tempo against the queen. Now,
That's
presumably
complicated as well.
f6.
yeah.
And then pawn takes knight, or are you going to throw in a check?
Yeah, I'm not even sure why I'm doing this, but I guess I want to clear the G file. Could throw in a check and maybe get you to move. And what's the body count here? Am I 1, 2, 3, 4, 7? 1, 2, 3, 7. But that's 2 bishops. That's not completely... I'm not certain of an advantage
you know what?
in this
the
case.
king originally had to go to h8. After
Maybe
queen
it
g3
should-
check, it would be
right.
more precise for black.
From this exact
After
move.
this check, yeah.
So king to h8.
King to h8, and then
No.
your line e takes d5. He actually went to h7 in the game.
Okay.
Yeah, so that it would make a difference in this line that when you take on d5 and black goes f6, and then you don't have this check on d3, and black will win a tempo on rook g8 eventually.
Exactly. Now, to Jovi's point, with the king on h7, and we take the queen.
Yeah, so
and then,
the kind of thing that I'm thinking about, so I know that the pawn on d4 is hanging. f4 is the kind of thing. So if white plays f4 and black is obliged to go e takes f4, this bishop on a7 locked out of the game.
Right.
Yeah. But black's not obliged, no?
No.
Yeah, this is the thing, but this is what I wanted to demonstrate.
Was that the three pieces, if one of the pieces, especially the bishop on a7, bites on granite, you're not coordinating the three pieces very nicely in that case. Of course, for the moment, the pawn on d4 is the issue in rook d1. By the way, Alireza
took on
did
c6.
not. No, he did not take the queen.
No.
After king h7, he did take on d5. We did see the move f6, and it turns out instead of winning the queen, they're playing into our line. Takes on c6, bishop takes c6. In this, I think I actually played queen d3 check a moment ago immediately rather than taking on c6. Yeah.
Complicated.
How does the engine assess this position, Miro?
White's like marginally better. After d takes, and knight d4. So still coming up with tricks. D takes and knight to d4.
Whoa.
And the reason being that, yes, well, the knight on d4, you're going to have to react in some way. And if you try to capture on d4, pawn takes, rook g8, this check on d3 comes to the rescue.
Yeah, each and every
maybe
time.
That must be why the king on h8 was better. Yeah, so there is a check. If you go e4, queen e3 to block the pawn.
Yeah.
But if you don't go,
then bishop
e4,
goes to g3.
and then bishop g3, and then
you can go
sitting.
d5 here, yeah.
I think that might be just a little bit stronger than e4. Yeah.
The point is, like, after this check, if king drops back, then you go bishop g3, and your king is safe. White's king is safer, that is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we're good. Now we're in good shape. All right, we'll keep an eye on this one. MVL, our tournament leader, had a stellar day one. He won 2 games and drew 1 to have 5 out of a possible 6. Queen h4. Nice move by Gukesh. In this particular case, he's 1 move away from castling, but as we've been pointing out, you're kind of castling into a ready-made attack when you put your king on g8. Now, a moment ago, you guys, and I liked it very much, you're really thinking about a battery with a queen and bishop, so queen h7, but I was just looking at even just the direct queen g4, and due to the bishop takes h6, this didn't, oh, you have knight takes. The knight on c4, I kind of think of it as pretty as a picture. I forget that it's attacking the bishop. I thought the move queen h4 was clever to prevent queen g4. How does the engine assess that move? Queen?
It's also an aggressive-looking move.
Well, it's sort of like you're throwing. You're saying to your opponent, "I'm here." You know,
right.
I want to.
One of the things I want to say about like queen h4 is it often creates ghosts in the position. So white's like, oh, that queen is coming to h4. One day a knight might appear on g4, and then that's checkmate. And obviously that's far from that. But it's just the kind of creation of goats. Okay, and then here you can see the standings after round 3. So if MVL wins this game, he could really run away with the tournament. And as we know, the person who wins Rapid tends to win the whole event as well.
Exactly. They come into the Blitz with a nice comfy cushion that they hold on to. Queen h4. Jump in on this one, Miro, because that's just an annoying move.
Also a good one. Also a good one.
It's attacking d4 for...
well, not only that, it's like stops your queen g4 ideas and so on and so forth. It's not very easy for white to develop what we would think well, a very strong attack on the king side. Yeah, so for instance, f4 was one of the moves, but then you have to have an answer. What happens if black actually takes the pawn, which looks scary, but black's position
Might
is
as well
already...
die on a full stomach, as you say.
Exactly.
Absolutely. So g3, the move he played, apparently is not great because you do not expect the queen to return, right?
No.
So you have to look at queen h3, and it's not that easy to evict this imposter on h3.
Right.
Oh, really?
Yeah, as I said, there is like no way that I can see, and the engine was giving some rook f to d1 as the only way to maintain a slight advantage. And after a4, well, you know what? Computer's harsh. It says b4, and who's better? Yeah, well...
Really? Knight to
seriously?
e4?
Yeah.
Knight
to e4,
knight
and he
to-
takes, and you take on c4, and black goes a5. And
Now there's no more.
do you really want to win this pawn with the queen? It's a big question. So now we are back to this, you know, like I have a good knight against potentially a bad bishop territory.
Right, yeah.
The h5's constantly hanging. Well, computer likes this one. Well, it says equal, but with like slight minus even.
Wow.
Okay.
No, I can see
yeah.
that. This bishop on
By the
d7
way,
suddenly
knight-
has some life.
E7
Knight
was
E7 played.
Bishop c6.
Knight E7.
Okay, let's see. Knight e7. Knight 7 is not great.
Okay,
Takes
we've seen a capture of
AB,
b5.
Yeah, you know the reason, yeah. So why knight
Take the
e7
pawn.
is not great, yeah, because there was a pawn on b5, and now it won't be.
It won't be there.
Knight takes b5, plain
It's
and
a
simple.
goner. And our tournament leader looks to be in good position coming out of this opening. Vidit, I just wanted to again check. It's 2 bishops versus 2 knights in the middle game. Rather rare to see white giving up both bishops. We've coming out of a Joko piano, I want to say. Queen to e7, and at the moment, I think Wesley is doing okay.
Well, we've
Is a
got the
queen on
wrong
h6?
game up.
Oh,
We've
sorry.
got the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi
And
and
Ivan Saric
Yeah.
on that board. But on my board, we have the game Vidit versus Wesley. So again, Vidit, you know, he's got this queen on h6, so that would be nice if one of these knights were to suddenly jump into the fray. Takes on f6, takes on f6. The moment I don't see it, I mean, the desirable knight to g5, I gotta have a good answer for bishop takes d4, which not only defends the king side.
He lifts his rook up to e3.
Okay, I like that.
I can hear
I
Miro.
laugh at you guys. Well, of course, like it's very easy to laugh at someone's analysis with the computer. Now, Yasser, still, like your intuition is flawless. Knight g5, they're desirable.
Yeah.
You just don't see that it's possible. You go knight g5, computer says, and that's the only way to keep the advantage.
Right.
And in fact, let me explain why I was laughing. So this, I can dig it. Bishop d4, I understand, yes, rook e2, we are planning to double. What happens to the f2 pawn?
Right.
If black doubles? And of course, I mean, yes, you use your knights in a proper way. So knight h1 plus 1.1 for white. Otherwise,
The bishop on e6 is a nasty pin.
So knight h1 is the only move to get an advantage. It's a huge advantage because this one is a very, very annoying pin, which is not easy to break. Like queen d7, you still go rook e1 because
d7.
it's not only the queen that the bishop has to kind of cover, but also the e7 square.
Right.
Yeah, white's much better.
Wow.
Incredible. Rook
Yeah.
e3 and now queen f8, stepping aside this pin with the tempo, and black is like in the game and potentially is fighting for an advantage.
Nice.
Okay.
Queen f8.
Queen
Oof.
f8, very nice. And also I love knight g5.
For Vidit,
Knight
he will
h1.
just be, he'll
what
be
is
so
this?
so sad that he missed knight to g5.
What it would mean for Vidit if he wins, he'll be back in the tournament. But for Wesley in the standings, he's in second place.
Yes, he is.
That
Just-
would be 2 points to the good.
Yes, because we haven't seen it for a while, and again, Jan being on this terrible streak. Sorry.
Right where we left it, Jan had a fantastic position. You know, his bishop was
Down G3.
gaining 2 rooks, not just one. But then suddenly we see that material is level. How did this escape happened from
Rook
Saric.
f6, bishop takes b8, takes on a7.
Wait 1 second. We've got to speed through this because I can just see from my computer that a mistake has been made.
Well, Jan is happily winning material. He's won 2 pawns.
Okay.
And
now played after rook to d5, e5. This is a mistake, and suddenly the evaluation bar shot up in white's favor. So
I would assume because my rook is hanging that I've got to tease the
king.
rook.
Yes.
King to f4, attacking the rook. And also,
bishop f6, bishop's...
Let's see, king f4, bishop f6. Could I get myself mated? This would be brilliant. No, I have the intermezzo. I don't have the intermezzo. What am I saying? I was going to get myself mated. This is a very, very unusual mate.
Yep.
Wow.
Beautiful.
And I thought for a moment, well, I could go check, followed by taking the rook.
But you have rook takes bishop.
But that wasn't the intermezzo I want. So we have rook e5, Jan to play. Is time a factor in this one, Jovi?
It potentially is, because Ivan has just 3 minutes and 37 on the clock.
Versus?
9 minutes and 42 seconds for Jan.
Got it.
So that's something that Jan can use to his advantage. Rook to e5. Now let's run through the lines again.
Well,
so king to f4.
Yeah.
Bishop f6.
Well, I just moved my rook now. I'll turn the tables, if you will. I'll now pin the bishop. Out of this one? And I've got bishop to d4, as well as g5 potentially on my agenda. Looks like Jan's winning, king f4. This looks really... Who chose Jan? Jovi, I think.
I did.
I think you finally getting a chance to root.
Yes. Okay, so looking great for...
rook takes b5.
Rook takes b5 played by Nepomniachtchi. Also clinical as well.
Very clean.
Well, rook b5 is a brilliant move, but after rook e7,
yes,
what they do? Because if you're a computer, you take on h4, you say, well, nothing is threatening. There is no such thing as discovered check. But if you don't see bishop h4, it's not as easy.
Indeed.
Yeah.
But you keep collecting pawns. That might be the 3rd or 4th pawn you've just collected with after rook takes b5. So Jan is cruising. How's our...
the highest rated player, Fabiano Caruana?
Yes, I wanted to ask.
He is also winning.
He is, because...
He's got 2 rooks on the 7th, a pawn on b7.
That's a mighty, mighty pawn.
And the only issue that he has to deal with
king.
Is his king position, because there is the threat of rook h5 check, but the king will step up to g4, and maybe the other rook can come to f5, and there'll be some perpetual checks.
Let's just see how we got here, because at any moment, I'm assuming we could have played the move g4. But let's say I do play g4, just with the intention of playing rook to a8 on my next move, g4, hg, hg. Rook takes f3 actually just doesn't get you your perpetual, because it defends the pawn on g3. And, well, our next move, I'm threatening to play rook to a8. In fact, I wonder if I can play rook to a8. No. Check this one out. How about this?
Oh no, Yasser.
You know what's coming?
I know exactly what's happening. Well, first up, you can even queen.
It's a very strange one.
But you can also promote
to inform you how Fabi's
g4,
like how winning Fabi's position was. I've tried kind of one of the dumbest moves in the position, which would be just to waste the tempo, go rook d7 to c7, and it's +4.
And
it was +4. So after G4 is probably the strongest move in the position. Absolutely winning, not a single chance.
And 19
seconds is ticking down to 15 seconds.
Levon.
And it's very elementary for Fabiano.
At this moment, yeah.
No checks whatsoever. 5 seconds. 3 seconds, and we have our first results.
And Levon is going to look at this opening
Fabiano,
and say, what was I thinking after bishop a6? By the way, just a cute little tactic at the very end. Had Levon tried the move rook b5, hoping for rook a8, rook takes b7, right? That's like one of those really nasty little tricks. I've got a surprise check for you. As I threaten, if you take my rook, I make a queen. Actually, I can just make a queen. What am I saying? It's made across the board.
Yep. And let's head over to the game between Ivan Saric and Jan Nepomniachtchi as the players are quickly making their moves.
Let's see. When we left it, we just saw the move rook takes b5. There was a check on h4. King had to go to d4. Rook drop back to g7. And we're up to date with the players. I'm still trying to count all the pawns because I'm seeing a move here, bishop f5 check.
One is 2 pawns up.
Only. But
the
bishop
C
f5,
pawn does not have long for this world.
No, not at all. Bishop f5 check looks like we're going to be picking up the C pawn immediately. Might be other moves, but...
He throws in rook b6 check.
Rook b6 check on the board. Where does that king go? It's not it.
Oh, you can block the check just for fun. With
Check,
a check.
check?
Yeah.
Check.
Just for fun, though. Yes.
Yeah, it's not going to last. I'll take it. And h4 is hanging.
Yeah, very nice point.
Ooh, that's a nasty tactic. Trades and winning pawn. So Ivan had to drop back with his king, which he's done. He's just played the move king f7. Now, with my king actually in the middle of the board, I love this move, bishop to b5. Again, I'm happy to play bishop e3. Ooh, that's even nice stronger. One. Sorry, that is the cleanest move,
and,
bishop e6.
There's going to be a mass trade. Ooh. And he's pausing after king takes rook.
Yeah,
because it's either take that rook or just extend your hand in resignation.
For sure.
Okay, well, this...
The last great act of defiance, h3, because on a good day, the bishop comes.
Exactly. But it is a good day, though, because the bishop could literally could go back to g1 and defend it. And there you see the handshake. Jan Nepomniachtchi wins his first game, picks up 2 vital points. There you see the players discussing.
Well, Jan is going to come on our show and tell us that it's good to win a game where he gets 2 points for a victory. If you're going to win, do it when you get 2 points, not just a point. Where would you like to take us, Jovi?
And let's go to the game between MVL and Gukesh.
Let's do it. As we left it, the black queen was hovering around on the king side, but MVL had picked up the pawn on b5 at the cost of a pawn on h5. Still has all of the remnants, if you will, of a French defense gone wrong.
Pressure against e6.
It's just overwhelming.
Not so much time for Gukesh as well.
Pressure on e6, not the biggest pressure.
The clock?
Yeah.
The clock is also not helping the cause for Gukesh. Rook takes e6, what am I missing? Knight f5? What can we do? Rook takes e6 just wins? Does it not?
Yeah, looks good to my eyes. You can't take the rook.
Rook a1 maybe?
Rook a1. Thank goodness.
Yep.
There's something. I mean, I was just like, what is... Why
is it something? Because you can just go rook to e1.
And then it's a check on a2. And you have to block with the rook, and then it's rook a1.
No, I can block with the bishop as well, but I'm not threatening anything.
No, that's okay. Now you have knight f5.
And now knight f5 is happening.
Aha. Queen e5.
Okay, queen e5, maintaining control on the position. Like it. Also, unexpected move. It's caused Gukesh to pause before answering with knight to f5.
Queen e5, knight to f5. Okay, in this case, at least we know what black's agenda is. Rook a1 and queen h1. Thank you to Mero for... So we could play rook b8. We can play... So we can play it with the captures on f5 because we're a pawn up, right? Oh, no, we're not
because
I'm looking at this passed pawn on c5 and I'm thinking to myself...
But it's a great pawn. It's worth way more than any of black's.
True that, but I thought I was a pawn and a passed pawn up. I'm just a passed pawn. Knight to f5. Now, I really like the advantage here for white. I just have to think about how to best do it.
And if you just go bishop takes knight, if we try to be as clean as
I have to play rook takes, yeah?
And then queen takes e6.
And probably king over. Again, it's this rook counterplay on h1 is annoying me. If I take the rooks off the board, rook b8 check, you trade. Presumably you have to move your king into a bad square after the trade.
Yeah.
King h7. No. Oh, he did take the knight.
He did take on f5, yeah.
I was thinking of rook b8 check in a different... Okay, so
It's
that's a
just
pawn.
irresistible to win a pawn, especially with check.
Hey, look, I'm talking to the man. Temptation, I just can't... Yeah, queen takes e6 check. I'm assuming the king has to go to h7, not a joy.
And now it's time to do some backpedaling, right? I was thinking rook b1.
Rook b1?
Because rook a1 is happening.
Yeah, I was going to meet that with rook e1, but rook b1 immediately makes a lot of sense to me as well.
And then,
he has
there's
taken.
no rook takes f4 business. So the next plan...
With the queen on e6?
Yeah, exactly.
Nope.
And so the next plan is c6.
There is.
Oh.
That's a beautiful trick. Rook f6 first, and where do you go with the queen?
Rook f6 first.
And after, say, queen e3, apparently you can take on f4. Well, can you? It's just a guess. I've seen computer giving rook f6 equal.
By the way, rook a3. This is...
b1 played, rook a3 played on the board, and, well...
This is
rook
annoying.
a3.
Rook f6
This is annoying.
is
Queen
nice
g5.
idea. Yeah,
well, queen g4 is...
Rook f6 as well. Rook
Whoa,
oh, hang on a
that's
second.
a blunder.
There's a...
Queen f3 resigns, and MVL just he was thrown backwards as he missed queen f3 check. Just a terrible blunder.
Whoa!
And he
tournament
leader
leader
crashes to his to a loss with the white pieces. Whoa! Gukesh knows he kind of dodged a bullet on that one.
And 2 games left, so let's head to the Wesley game. Against
Wesley,
Gukesh.
Vidit.
Sorry, Vidit.
Yes. It's 2 knights versus 2 bishops, ending that you generally expect would strongly favor the bishops. Knight to d3. So black, obviously, why do the bishops outplay the knights? Well, because in the endings, usually you're going to see pawns are going to get traded more. And as more pawns are traded, the position opens up. The bishops really strut their stuff in open positions. Yeah. And Wesley, I think, is, in his mind, he's playing for victory.
Absolutely. I mean, also his passed pawns, as you highlighted, are much more mobile. And ultimately, in this endgame, you just want to create a passed pawn so you can promote it. Okay, king to e2 played.
Exactly. Now, again, this bishop is good.
King e6. And there's really nothing for white to do.
White is just
shuffle.
stuck.
I mean, there's no post for the knights.
No. The the outpost e5 is covered. If we had our pawn on f4, the outpost f5 similarly covered.
So the kind of passed pawn do you want to create? It would be like bishop to e8, bishop a2.
H2 with the idea of
H2.
bishop g1. So the knight has to stop bishop from coming to g1. So knight drop back to e2. Now I'm assuming Wesley is thinking about king d6.
Right. I was just wondering whether you want to go b5 or c5 in this position. King f6. You can
Not
certainly
easy to guess.
enjoy.
Yeah, where do you want to? I was thinking he was going to play for c5 and, push his majority there. King f6. So my question would be, can I play f4? If I could eliminate the entire king side, I think I'm happy. Can I play f4? Why not? f4.
Well,
he's not done it. He's played king
to
d2. Maybe a missed opportunity. We'll see.
Right. Well,
hg, hg.
Well, it's very difficult when you don't have so much time left. Do you change the nature of the position? Or do you maintain the balance, thinking that you have a fortress?
In this particular case, I think I'm lost by doing nothing. I don't think I can keep, because I don't see this as being a fortress. But let's go to the other remaining game, and that was the game between Firouzja and Anish.
Yeah.
Remember, that was the peace sacrifice. Whoa, a bishop ending? Wait a minute, that's 2 extra pawns?
Yeah, but one of them is doubled. I mean, look at it, the a pawn.
But it's mine.
It's double, but also wrong. It's a wrong pawn.
Oh, it's a wrong color pawn.
I mean, the A
important.
pawns and the A8 square being white.
But hold on, king to d7. Oh, for a moment there I thought as white I was going to get my pawn to e6, but king g4 is met by king e6. So the king is coming to b5. This must be winning. If I get my pawn to e6, I'm winning. I am convinced.
Also, black has a b pawn as well. So yeah, white might have the wrong color pawns.
Mm-hmm. Can I put you in a stalemate and force you to play b6 and b5? Ooh. King c4. So I'm thinking, in my mind, I'm going to get my pawn to e6. And then I'm going to put my bishop onto g5, and then I'm going to play pawn to e7. And your king has to be perpetually on a bad square. Okay, Anish has just played bishop to b6. Let's see. Where would I like my bishop best? Should I like my bishop best on b4? Bishop to d2 to b4 followed by e5, e6? Or should I play e5 right away?
If you go e5 right away, then bishop c7.
King to d4 to e4, and then pawn to e6.
And the thing that worries me is that b5 might be an issue.
Bishop to e5. So, whoa.
Okay.
Anish was unsure because he saw that after bishop a5, there was a move bishop c3, followed by e5, bishop b4, and e6. So he dropped his bishop back.
Guys, help me out on this.
Yeah.
How does white win? Okay, if we go for this line, bishop c3, bishop c7, e5, we take on e5, go b6.
Should we put that
I'm
up?
convinced it's a draw. Like, if you can get the king on a8, for whatever reason, I'm convinced it's a draw. And we are about to, well, we have a chance to see this one.
To find out, because you're saying on
yes,
e5,
if this
just
happens,
take it.
yeah, just take it, go
and
b6, hide the
b6.
king on a8.
Uh-huh.
So the point being that you can stalemate me, but then I go
there.
whatever, b5, and the moment you take the pawn, I'm still stalemate.
That's right.
Okay, but b6 has been played, so that particular fortress that Miro was referring to, where the king hides on a8, is now out of the equation.
Well, I'm thinking that white should challenge this bishop, bring his king back to f3 so he can play bishop to f4. We want the pawn on e6. We definitely want the pawn on e6. Here we go. King to d3, king to e2, king f3 on white's agenda. Now that the pawn is on b6, the king can't easily stay on the e6 square because the pawn needs protection. Maybe it was a good idea for Anish to keep the pawn on b7?
Yeah, it looks like. Because now it's a kind of an additional weakness, right?
Right.
And why doesn't he go b5 instead of running with the king to d7?
b5 will take it. And we're not going to allow this bishop to sacrifice itself for the e-pawn. We're going to force the bishop away from e5 as well as the e7 squares. We're going to play bishop to f4. So bishop to f4. And now we're... it's a long process. I do believe it's winning for white. Now we're going to switch and go to... And by the way, what are the clock times in this one, Jovi?
Well, not so much time here, Yasser. So 19 seconds. Actually, it's ticked down to 12 seconds.
As you're talking,
As I was
right?
talking, yeah, it was a bit long delivery from me. So
No worries, no worries.
57 seconds for Alireza.
And by the way, it looks like some kind of a tempo zugzwang coming up for Anish as the bishop can go to c7.
Yeah.
He's just done it. Bishop to c7.
I think now the way you win is you go a5, you take, you move the bishop, and you start moving your other a-pawn.
Makes sense, and
then
he's done it.
Black will have to use the king to stop the a-pawn.
The more I'm thinking about it, the move b7 to b6 was it was badly timed. It was not a good move.
Well, bishop a3 played. This is interesting. You know, stop the a-pawn from running and then...
But
Unfortunately,
you have to give ground with a bishop, right?
Exactly. That's where you shout across the board, pass. I pass. I don't want to move.
Yeah, and
It's your
do
turn.
remember, though, that you don't want to let Black sacrifice the bishop for the e-pawn and for the king to be in touching distance of the a8 square. That's
Exactly.
the big danger.
But a4, now we've got a runner. Now we've got our king coming to f5. So that we'll start to play our bishop to e5 or to f4 so that we can get the
Well, now
pawn to
king
e6.
comes marching. And here, don't be tempted to push the e-pawn.
Don't do it.
No, don't do it.
Exactly.
It's the wrong color bishop. There you
Bishop to
see
e5.
bishop to e5.
Now where is Anish going to post his bishop? This is like so sad. You can't resign. You know you're losing. Your opponent just needs to show some good technique here. I like the king coming to e6, actually. Somehow the white king...
bishop e3, right?
Yes.
And bishop f4 next, and the
Exactly.
pawn moves.
You get our pawn to e6. It's like it's past the equator. It's 2 moves from the coronation.
Yep.
And with Firouzja winning, is he coming from the 50% group?
He is from the 50% group. So
Okay.
that was... So we've had
Our AI
3
is...
decisive results so far.
And with Wesley still playing, right?
Yep. Wesley is still very much playing. And that game is still very much 2 bishops against 2 knights. But the knights have mobilized, which makes Vidit's job a lot easier. And there we do see the king go to b7. Once again, white has to advance the e-pawn with a lot of caution
Exactly.
to make sure it cannot be taken. And so that's why bishop f4.
And again, the bishop is going to patrol this diagonal in order that once the pawn gets to e6, Again, the bishop will be ready to sacrifice itself for the e-pawn, but then White's king is going to end up on the d5 square, and he's going to play bishop to d6. So e5, here we go. So the next point is we get the pawn to e6, we bring our king to the d5 square, and we play for bishop. And there's the resignation.
There's a resignation from Anish.
Wow, we didn't see how it happened, but we're going to jump back to the game of Wesley So, which is still ongoing. Vidit trying to, and Vidit did, to his credit, he did get rid of the kingside pawns, and now it's 2 knights versus 2 bishops, but it's 3 versus 3. And his chances of a draw, in my view, are much higher than it was when we left it. Knight to d3 check. King has to go back, and knight. Now I can check from f5 or even b5. I'm not sure which square was best. Okay. And we just saw Wesley there play the move king d7, but not with surety. He took it back.
There's some hesitation there.
With hesitation.
Where to go?
Well, what I'm seeing is king e6. What I'm seeing is the king is going to go to f4. If I can make my g-pawn a factor, that'll be huge in being able to save the game. Miro, how does the engine assess this position?
Equal everything. Yes, advantage gun.
Everything.
Oh, wow.
b4.
b4. Okay, that trades another pair of
B4.
pawns. Not bad.
Yeah, works.
Clock times, Jovi?
Well, Wesley just had 15 seconds, but he gained 10
15?
seconds. He's gaining those 10 seconds on the clock. He's playing by increment. And Vidit is on 33 seconds and ticking down.
33 seconds of ticking.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to play the move knight c6 and to try to trade some more pawns with the move a5, but I don't want to, blunder one of my pawns.
15 seconds.
What is he going to do? He's reaching for
Knight
his
c6
played
good,
knight
yeah.
c6.
Knight c6.
So he is saying, go ahead, capture this pawn, and once you've done that, with your king escape on the king side, I'll go a5 and trade off the remaining pawns. I think knight c6 was a good move. Bishop g6.
Well,
Okay,
big threat of bishop e8 on the board.
Indeed, a little bit of a trap there too. a5.
a5
Bishop-
works, no? There's a check on d4.
a5, king d7.
Ah, king d7, brilliant.
King to d3. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay, well now bishop to e8.
As you prescribed. Now knight to d4 check. Very, very important move. Knight to d4 check. So bishop takes d4, knight takes d4.
King steps up though.
Yeah, so now we have to play knight to b5.
And still the black king can go running. Okay, so knight b5 indeed played.
Okay.
King f4.
Yeah, but if it was your move, king f4, king takes is not a threat because of knight e3. So just, I'm, grimly hanging in there. It's not a joy for Vidit to defend this position. Good
Knight
move,
C3.
knight to c3. Good move. Good move. Tickling this pawn on d5, reminding black. Bishop
And
to g5.
Waiting with the bishop. Yeah, this is one of the problems with the knights.
Yes.
They're not very good at waiting.
No.
The knight comes up to b5.
This is actually one of the, it was a mystery for a while, was two bishops versus a knight. At one time, the belief was it was a draw. And modern engines showed that the two bishops do win. Not easy, though. So bishop went back and forth, knight to b5. Yeah, for Vidit, his life is a little bit easier as he's got a construction that Wesley can't break because Wesley doesn't want to take the knight on f5. He doesn't want to take the knight on b5. Draw in both cases.
Yeah,
It
but
looks like
Wesley's just forcing Vidit to keep waiting for the knight. The knight jumps up to d6, attacking the bishop.
Okay, knight back to f5. Again, king f4, king d4. And we're very happy to make a draw in that case.
You cannot
Bishop
the knight.
e7. That's a cheeky move. Look at that.
It's a nice move as well. The bishop can relocate itself to c5.
Okay. Bishop to e7. So for Vidit, both players have been playing on increment for some time. I think it's a draw, but this is one of those positions where blunders come very, very easily. It's just, you know, there's kind of like all of these lurking threats.
And
King f4 might be a lurking threat.
And talking about threats, there was a clear threat of bishop takes knight on the board
Yeah,
because of the pin.
because of the
So that's
pin.
why Vidit played knight to e2.
Knight to e2 was also, I think, had the idea, the design of stopping a king to f4.
Yeah, but now the bishop can go to e8.
will
Again,
go
look
to
at
c3.
the pawn on a4.
Knight will always go to c3.
You do also have ideas of going d4.
Where is the time?
6 seconds for Wesley.
Bishop
Okay,
h7.
he chooses to wait.
Okay, knight to c3. Whoa, 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 whoa. King f4? King f4?
The pawn on...
Ooh, Wesley did it with how much time?
2 seconds left on the clock.
2 seconds on the clock. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, he's built it up back up to 22 seconds though. So some,
Quick
some
play.
seconds left there.
Some fast hands. Okay. Bishop to h7, and it's time for knight b5? Yes, he's done it. Again,
to be
we're
careful.
expecting king f4 at some moment, aren't we?
Well, so he has to be very careful because if you repeat the position 3 times...
Yes, he's done
then-
it, king f4. Yes, I know exactly. It's easy to fall into a repetition. But there is knight... Oh, I was about to say knight to c7. He played knight to c3. The difference is king takes g4, knight e3, check. And we save the game. Oof.
12 seconds
What
for
a
Wesley, and he defends the pawn on d5 with the bishop.
That's why I was thinking knight c7 might have been a safer choice. Well, we still have knight to d4. We still have knight d4 here. Maybe I can't... Can I... Knight e3? Can I force you to take... Knight e3 might... No.
No, knight to d4.
Knight to d4, sorry. Knight to f5. Again, he's basing his defense on king takes g4, knight e3, check. Bishop g6, inviting knight takes, check, king takes g4. That's why I was suggesting the two knights versus bishop, but I think I keep the pawn. Okay, wait a minute. This is
He's got a chance.
d4.
D4
Wait
and
a
he wins
minute.
the pawn.
Just a second. Knight to d... Pardon me. Knight to b5, d3 check.
And,
He's overlooked d3 check.
D3 check, yes.
yeah, and here it comes.
Look at Wesley. He doesn't miss a chance. Oh my gosh.
Wait a second.
That might be winning.
Yes, because you can't take the pawn because
You can't take the pawn.
king takes g4 and the knight on f5 is going to be pinned.
Oh my gosh. Vidit was defending heroically for so very long.
But then he cracked.
At the end, it was time trouble.
And Vidit's woes continues, just 9 seconds there. The king just creeps forward. And now there's no anchor for the
Knights.
knights to jump around.
And it looks like Wesley, with a win, help me out on this one. Does he surpass?
No, he surpasses because
MVL.
he
He'd be
would
tied,
take,
yeah.
we would have two new leaders.
Fabiano and Wesley.
Still to work. Still he has work. You were mentioning that our rapid chess winners oftentimes win the tournament, and Wesley is one of those who has proven in his Grand Chess Tour career that you give him a big plus going into the Blitz, he will win the competition. Bishop to b4, knight takes g6, bishop c3. That should be winning. Bishop to f5 might be a safer way of winning the game. Miro, jump in on this one. It's winning for black.
Yes.
Absolutely. But was bishop b4 the right way, or bishop f5?
Bishop f5
also.
Bishop f5 is better.
Better.
It's, clearer. Why would you say,
Exactly.
just keep it the way
Simple.
it was?
Yeah, and go
Check.
king
Okay,
c4.
now the king
c4,
just
b4,
marches
a4.
towards the a pawn.
Exactly.
Bishop b4 is on the agenda.
Yep. Okay, tricky. Those tricky knights don't want to get forked.
That's right, but you can just throw in a check and go for the big one, the promotion of a pawn.
Oh,
I mean,
is it that simple? D2?
d2, yep.
D2 and the
yeah.
coronation. D2. Oh, look at that tricky move. Knight e3 check. Knight e3 check. Bishop to c5. Oh, that's nasty. He's threatening to queen.
Yep.
And that looks like all she wrote. Wow. Great play by Wesley. He just kept
applying the pressure.
Kept it up, yeah.
And I like the way that he never forced the matter. He just kept the tension on the board for as long as possible. And now it's just a question of promoting the pawn on d2. And there we see a handshake from Vidit. And Wesley joins Fabiano Caruana in the lead.
Vidit is shaken. Wow. And let's jump to Zagreb. Cristian in Zagreb, sorry.
This was clearly the theme of the round, just piling on the pressure for as long as it takes until the opponent crumbles. And that's exactly what happened in the game that we just saw. Alireza on Anish Giri as well. And take a look at this one. Nepomniachtchi versus Ivan Saric. Take a look at this. Bishop to d8, bishop to g3. I was very impressed with both players because both players were extremely precise for a very long time. Rook to f6, bishop takes b8, and it's a very complicated position, by the way. We're not going to go into the details because we don't have a lot of time, but take a look at this. Rook to a6, bishop c5, bishop to d8, bishop to d7. There's so many ideas in the position. Both kings are weak and could potentially get checkmated with the two bishops and the rooks on the board. It's all about timing. Rook to e1, bishop takes b5, rook to e2, bishop to f2, g4. Good timing by Ivan Saric. In this one, king to g3, but Nepo kept on the pressure. Take on g4. Take h4 was the move. H takes g4 was a little bit better for black, but we're not going to go into that one. h4 looks good. Rook to e6, bishop to d7, bishop to e4, king to e3. And the position is still equal. They've played all these last 15 moves or so very precisely, but at this point, he cracked. Ivan cracked. Rook to e7 was the right move and the precise move in the position, but this is the ensuing endgame that he had to assess correctly, which is pretty much impossible. Bishop to f5, and this is why he didn't play rook to e7. Take on e7, take on f5, king to d4. You get to this position in your calculation, and you realize the fact that you're going to lose the pawn on c4. You're going to face two connected passers on the queen side, and you just stop. You're like, okay, I'm lost in this position. But in fact, after king to g4, king takes c4, bishop to d6, very important move. This position apparently, after b4, h3 would have been winning for black, so white has to pay attention as well to what he does. King to d5 is necessary, bishop takes h2, and at this point you have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on h4. Good luck assessing this position as being equal. This position is in fact equal, but it's so difficult to calculate, guys. I have to say, you have to keep piling on the pressure, and as the defending side, you have to not crumble, which is easier said than done.
Thank you, Cristian.
Wow, it was such a fighting round. We had 5 decisive results.
Oh my
so there
goodness.
have been some shake-ups in the standings. Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley, so with their victories, they are now at the top with 6 points. Then we have Nepomniachtchi, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, Alireza, Firouzja. They're on 5 points. And then we see Gukesh, the only person on 50% with 4 points.
Wow. And as you saw earlier, we would like to express our sincere condolences to the family of Magnus Carlsen on behalf of our entire broadcast team, as well as the St. Louis Chess Club.
Anish, welcome to Zagreb. We had 3 days to come from Bucharest to Zagreb. We've traveled all this way, and I saw your post on Twitter. You had 3 days to kill, and you asked people for recommendations. So what happened in the end? Did you follow some of suggestions? Did you go somewhere? Did you visit something?
Well, first of all, I don't like the wording kill. I don't like, the whole, like when they say kill time, it sounds so wrong to me. The time is so precious on Earth. I don't like the word kill, and I never kill time. I try to enjoy every minute I spend. Time goes always very quickly before tournaments. I've had experience of arriving 5 days before events sometimes to try and deal with jet lag, and somehow it just always ends. I didn't do anything exciting. We definitely ate, breakfast, lunch, dinner. That was by the way nice here. Plenty of good restaurants, for sure. We walked quite a bit, less than I had hoped for. I was hoping it would be a little bit less hot, and I had slightly larger plans. We had one long walk, but it was difficult. It was really hot, so chilling a bit in the room. I did some chess. Like the very next day after I played Fabi, I was feeling exhausted, but at the same time, I felt like I had complete overdose of chess in my previous tournament. Like I prepared and played, like everything was way too much. Like at some point, I was dreaming chess, and I had the feeling like chess is going to have to exit like my body. Like it's weird. Like when you overate and you want to but then I had the feeling that it was chess. I was filled up with chess. Yes, and it has to come out of some. That said, the moment it was over, I had massive urge to continue looking at it. So I guess it's like some sort of withdrawals, or like from like some movies I watched as a kid. When these alcoholics, they need, the next morning they need to drink a bit, right? Otherwise they feel awful. When they have hangover, they need some, yeah. So I had the same with that. But okay, that was gone after I had a couple of more chilled out days where I looked at chess for only like an hour or two. Now I'm fully back, and I'm back into chess mode. But yeah, nothing too exciting, to be honest.
I know that you're very excited about the fact that your friend and colleague Vidit is going to play this time in GCT event, and I know that back in 2016 he was you during the event as your second. So as someone who played so many GCT events, what can you recommend him as a newcomer, and what do you think about his participation this year?
Yeah, no, it's true. I remember coming with him to Paris, Manchester Rapid and Blitz. That was almost 10 years ago. Yeah, I'm happy to see that he's come a long way, and now he's playing, and he's playing well. And I think at this point he knows what to do. He's an experienced player, but it's indeed surprising that it's his first Manchester event, and I think it's nice. It's nice that he gets to this opportunity. But to call him a newcomer when you have all these little kids, it's difficult. He's an old man.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, but for those who just came, we know that Prague, Gukesh are kind of new, of course, and there will be some new also players coming to GCT event. Would you have some kind of recommendations? Let's say how to stay there, how to keep staying and keep playing in GCT events?
Well, you either need a high rating or you need to end up in the top 3. It's hard with the rating, because you can try and focus on the rating and try to sit on it when it's high and try to choose events wisely, but it's a very dangerous strategy long term. And I've seen a lot of players eventually, like you can't cheat the system for very long. If you are overrated, at some point you're going to come crashing down. And if you've been overrated for too long, it's going to be painful. So I'm more of a philosophy of trying to play. I'm reasonably confident in myself. I know that at certain points, maybe my level drops a little bit when I'm in bad form. I'm no longer a top 10 player at that moment. Then my rating can drop to slightly below that. But I think that there's a bottom towards which it can drop. And I think if I keep playing, at some point I'll regain the form and come back into the top 10. So I'm very confident in that sense. So I would recommend just keep playing chess, and if you're good enough, you'll be invited to Grand Chess Tour. And if you're not good enough, maybe you shouldn't be.
Yeah, so it's important just to keep your strengths. Yes.
Yeah, just keep playing. I mean, I wouldn't recommend to sit on the rating because I don't think it's a winning strategy long term.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you so much, Anish, for these insights, and all the best of luck in the tournament in Zagreb.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
Welcome back. It is day 2 of the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz, and we got off to a blistering start.
Yes,
5
we did.
decisive games. So these are the standings after round 4. And now there's a 2-way tie at the top with Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So overtaking Maxime Vachier-Lagrave there to get 6 points. Jan Nepomniachtchi on 5 alongside with Maxime and Alireza. But let's check out the pairings for round 5. Levon Aronian has the white pieces against Alireza. Ivan Saric, he has white against Fabiano Caruana. Wesley So white against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Gukesh against Vidit Gujrathi, and Anish Giri plays white against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
I'm looking at that board 3 Wesley So versus Jan match. That's got to be the marquee matchup of round 5.
And well, we saw Gukesh win against tournament leader Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in round 4. So our very own Anastasiya caught up with Gukesh just after that game.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave finished on your favor, but everything happened very fast. Tell us what happened in this game.
Yeah, I just spent a lot of time in the opening, and at some point I probably was also lost in the position with like 30 seconds. But yeah, somehow I found some tricks and he blundered in the end.
Yeah. What was the final blunder? You was just missed this Queen F3?
Queen F3.
Wow. I mean, and before that, like, what was, you think, the critical moment of this game?
I mean, it's Probably somewhere when he allowed all this rook f6, knight f5 stuff.
Yeah. How do you feel after first day here in Zagreb?
Quite nice. Yeah, I like the tournament. I like the place. Enjoying.
Yeah. All the best of luck. Thank you, Gukesh.
Very happy man indeed with his first result. And for Vidit, what a heartache it's been as we see the All-Indian Derby. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Wesley So and Jan because this, it has an echo of the Karo Khan, where we've seen these types of positions before. It feels to me like Jan's doing something he shouldn't be allowed to get away with, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just theory. This whole h5, h4, it just seems a little bit strange to me. Miro, jump in on this. Is it theory?
It is. If you check the database, yeah, it's not the mainstream theory, of course, but there've been games.
And
h4 is very rare. h4 been played once. So,
once.
Well, yeah. So the whole idea of pushing the pawns to g5 and h5 had been seen, and then after f3 they would normally capture the bishop.
That's what I was thinking. And we have seen, by the way, the move bishop to e5, and that looks pretty good because you can't really play f6 in this position. I'll just take the knight, and I'm going to be doing very, very well with all of these pawns in the center of the board. I've got a feeling it's not going to end very nicely for black. So he played quickly knight f6, which makes a strange impression. You played g5, h5, h4, and you've chased the bishop to a good square.
Right, it makes a strange impression, but let's not forget that Jan doesn't fool around with his openings. He's not one of these players that's just winging it on the fly. But here,
this is
knight
all
f6.
theory, then?
I'm guessing knight to d7 will be coming, or some.
But time out. Hold on. My bishop is on a great square, and you spent g5, h5, h4, knight e. What does the engine say? Isn't white just doing great?
Doing great is like, how much would you expect? Like the engine is
half a point.
We know the engine is weak, right? That one that we use. It's only helpful in like tactical exchanges. Like it's not very helpful, like looking at the long-term plans. It gives half a point to white, 0.5, so half a pawn. With pretty much any move, like rook b1, bishop d3, or h3.
Rook b1.
Yeah, rook b1 makes sense. Bishop d3.
h3. All of those moves do have a sense. So h3 kind of preserves the bishop in case of knight d7.
So that's you want to drop the bishop to h2. Makes sense.
Development also makes sense. So after bishop d3, knight to d7, I assume we want to play f4?
I'm guessing after bishop d3, black would prefer knight c6. Because it's kind of a bit more aggressive square to develop the knight on, and then it's very unlikely you go bishop b5 right after you've played bishop d3.
There might be reasons for rook b1 in that case, and then I'm assuming I'm playing. He did play h3, by the way. And,
knight c6 played.
And h3. Sorry.
Hiding place for the bishop.
Yeah. Also, I like the fact that I'm pinning the knight. Bishop b5, bishop d7. I can take this knight on c6, preserving my bishop. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking bishop b5. Okay, I'm pinning you left, right, and center. I don't think you want a castle kingside.
No, I would not touch that. Bishop d7, big D7 threat of my own. Knight takes bishop.
Takes f4. So, of course, I'm threatening, in my mind, to take and exploit this diagonal. So I'm assuming you take?
Maybe, maybe not. I do have rook g8 as a way to get out of the pin.
Rook g8. Okay. And, well, in for a penny, in for a pound.
And now knight into e4.
Lots of toing and froing, I guess.
And my plan as black would be just to move the queen to
Yeah.
e7 and then just get out of there with the king. I'm not
Gotcha.
comfortable with it in the center.
Gotcha. It is a bishops of opposite color, and funnily enough, I feel like I've let much of my advantage slip away. So I assumed that Wesley's plan all along was simply to preserve his bishop and to drop his bishop back to h2. Bishop h2, I'm assuming bishop f5. If I can get bishop to d3, knight e2, king f2, rook e1, I've got all of the beautiful same-ish aspects.
Right, I
of the-
agree with that. But on the other hand, if the light square bishops come off, isn't it perfectly safe to now castle queenside?
Even with,
Yeah, sure.
light square
Even-
bishops
even-
on.
yeah,
That's
but
why we're
there's bishop
castling as
on.
black.
Well, you're never castling kingside.
Never say never.
No, you're not castling kingside. But knight to c6, it's strange because, well, you're not really attacking the center either. Usually you want your pawn. Oh, he did play
bishop b5
Bishop
play.
b5.
Yes. Well,
And by the way, after this move, it's sort of like Nepo just went into space. We see there on our Hobbit cam, we get to spy on the players at the board. He just kind of like, what does my file say? So he's obviously in his prep.
Just to troll you, Yasser, the third
Please.
best move for black in this position, you guessed it, castle short.
Yeah.
After bishop b5. Never say never.
Never say
did
never.
he just literally castle kingside now?
He did.
He
Wow.
He did.
Not only it was a third move on our computer, but also it was apparently a move Nepo got prepared. That's crazy.
I know. Bishop to
That is
b5,
crazy.
castles. Okay.
Well, this is
We'll
a
leave this
really
one.
sharp position brewing.
Where's Fabi?
Let's take a look. He's playing against Ivan Saric.
He's dueling the local wild card, Ivan with the white pieces. And one of the things we saw in Bucharest, which I greatly admired Fabi for, was his ability to get a different brand of chess. He's not playing staple, diets that everybody's done.
It felt like he's experimenting
Exactly.
different types of positions and new ideas very early on. And
He
he's
played
going a
B5.
different direction from players such as Jan, who tend to have that stable, safe opening. And, well...
We're in new territory already. I used to play b5 and remember in an interzonal, in Biel back in the day, I was playing Rafik Vaganyan. And I like to play this line with b5. And let's see, e3, a6, b3. Miro, jump in on this one. I don't know what the heck, what is this opening called?
Isn't it called the Sokolovsky?
I have no idea. Spassky variation. Reti opening, King's Indian attack,
No.
Spassky variation. That's what I have after move 2. So I think indeed, yes, Spassky was playing this, the b5 move.
He did it in my match with him.
All right.
Yeah.
So he did it to you?
3 times.
Okay. So then you must be aware that e3, as odd as it looks, like almost like you want to confuse your opponent of where the bishop goes,
Yeah.
right? It's been seen more than 50 times. So that's apparently one of kind of moves that been tried. Of course, like the most popular would be some bishop g2 castle, and that was my agenda always. Like if I played the Reti opening, I start thinking on move 4. Because I know first 3 or maybe on move 5 even, like castling sometimes is like doubtful, but very often I would castle. Then Saric, we've reached this. This is interesting. After g6, Saric goes for another tricky exchange. It doubles the pawns, goes bishop g2, bishop g7, d4, and you can have such structures from the Trompovsky. Right,
Yes,
and
yes.
Trompovsky is d4, knight to f6, bishop g5, and move 2.
Right.
But also from the b3, which is like Larsen opening.
Yeah,
right.
Larsen,
From b3
Nimzowitsch.
sometimes, yes, you can take on f6. Anyway, our current position. Well, computer likes white quite a bit. After exchanging here, exchanging on a8, and perhaps it is important to go c5, so that it's not like we are winning the b4 pawn immediately, but the fact that black cannot play c5, so kind of to stop black from playing c5 and disturbing our center. Then white gets kind of a stable position, eventually it's going to develop. And as far as I understand, like the dream is to probably swap these guys, swap the knights, and have black's bishop on g7 being relatively passive, and then you can try to win the b4 pawn and so on. So that's quite an intriguing position here. And no move from Saric just yet.
Quickly, just that because it was a confusing.
This line,
yes, takes,
so
takes, takes,
and c. You don't like c5.
No, c5
It's
is okay, but
Yep.
but why don't you play queen d2?
I was thinking c5.
Yeah, c5 exactly.
And then you take the pawn?
I'm sorry, and knight a6.
Knight a6 and
knight a6.
I was going to go queen to d6, but if you do win the pawn on c5, then I'm not happy.
Queen d6, queen c8. It's actually not bad for white. It's around equal.
But no, that wasn't the intention.
But again,
that was why
no
you started
advantage
with c5.
for white. Yeah, so that's why it goes c5 to kind of fix the structure, like to make sure that black never goes c5 himself.
Well, this is a very important game, obviously, for both players, but just because Fabi happens to be tied for the lead with Wesley, with the black pieces, if you can score with the black pieces, it's just so huge at this level. And for Jan, let's just jump back into the game.
Let's go back. That's an exciting one.
To see what has happened, because we do have the castles on the king side. I'm beginning to think that Wesley is regretting his decision to play bishop to b5. You know, you play the bishop to b5 with a purpose of capturing the knight. If you're not capturing the knight, then you would rather have put your bishop onto d3. Knight e2, and okay, rook e8, right?
We have to get some counterplay somewhere, and then queen defends.
Queen to d2. And just, am I setting myself up for a big e3, e4 moment? Knight here?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm... E4, I can go bishop.
Rook.
What? Bishop?
I thought you were being clever because there's not b3.
I might be being clever. I might be clever.
I might be knight b3, and once the queen moves,
I might be blundering an exchange as well. But well,
okay.
Not with rook e8. He just played knight a5. And again, I'm very doubtful of Wesley's setup. Something feels amiss here for white.
And so you were looking at knight a5 before rook e8.
Yes.
Nepo played it immediately.
Yes.
And computer wanted knight a5 one move earlier.
Even.
Yeah. So knight a5, and the whole point, as far as I understand, like keep the bishop on c8.
Yeah.
You go knight a5, and one of your positional threats would be go bishop d7, and if the bishop, you don't want to exchange the light square bishops with white, and if the bishop moves, then you go rook e8 with tempo and have knight b3 ideas.
Gotcha.
So even the way it is, computer's quite happy with black's position.
Absolutely.
Rook e1 played.
Rook e1 c6 on the board.
Yeah.
c7 c6, and somehow white's not. Miro, give us the engine's assessment of this.
It's sort of equal now, but as I said, knight a5 immediately, according to the machine, it's okay. Machine. Let me be perfectly clear. Machine says position is roughly equal. The move is g3. No one plays that. I'm sorry. Like if you don't know exactly. Right? So I thought, let's play something normal. And normal, what would be normal? Like bishop d3. For instance, right?
Yeah,
sure. And then it goes rook e8, and since you went knight a5, there is knight b3 fork, so you have to go queen e2, and then black goes knight h5. So it's ironic, like breaking literally all the principles. So you've moved a lot of pawns, then you castle that side. Then you put one knight on on a5, the other one on h5, and you're slightly better.
But you know, I feel
cool that it is.
a little bit vindicated because I've been trying to get g3 in my analysis.
Wow. So, well, Jovi.
No, because I like to push pawns, but that's the only reason, and I was too ashamed
but seriously, it's amazing. Like g3 was actually a clever move.
That is a weak king.
So that the point is perhaps, like you want to stress the idea.
But I think it was a one-time wonder because if you go knight to e2, it's very difficult to defend e3. So I think Wesley's plan is a lot more natural to go knight e2, rook e1, play for e4.
Yeah, so that's the one that we have.
Yeah.
Still, Black has to be super comfortable.
And both of these players are coming off victories. Wesley so at the top of the table with 6 points alongside Fabiano Caruana. Nepomniachtchi finally broke a drawing streak, so he will be feeling happy and perhaps enjoying some momentum. Let's move around and have a look at some of the other games.
I would love to do that, but I do like the move that Wesley just played. G2, G3. Yeah, I'd almost like to have said I would have preferred to include it with the rook on H1 and the other rook on A1 coming. But the move G2, G3, it's a trumpet sound. We want to open up the king side. Our threat is G3 takes H4. If we could win control over the F4 square, that would be nice for both the bishop and the knight, as well as opening up the G file. Now, on the other hand, if you play HG, knight takes G3, well, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to understand that a knight on F5 is going to be...
It's going to rock your world.
Yes, it will. Where would you like to go, Jovi?
So let's have a look at the game between Levon Aronian and Alireza.
Let's do it. This looks like a Sicilian. Boleslavsky Sicilian? No, from a Najdorf move order. Okay. Rook e1, f3. Whoa, rook e1 and f3 both. Okay, that's a little bit of a surprise. B5 takes a4, and we've caught up with the players. First question for you, Miro. Are we in...
No. No, we are not in theory. We are not in theory.
Preempted. I don't even get to ask a question.
Whatever you were saying, yes, so the answer is no.
The answer would always be no.
Correct.
No, seriously, I'm trying to figure out where exactly they leave theory, because rook e1, and you were referring, like, rook e1 and f3 is a strange combination of moves. Exactly.
Rook e1, bishop f1,
I don't think we've seen this, right?
No.
Have a knight c6 is once again is not the most popular move, which makes it kind of less of a Najdorf and more of the hybrid between like Boleslavsky. Bishop f3. Yeah. Well, f3 is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, exactly.
First of all, this position has seen only 10 games, according if we trust our database, and also f3 is a new move. So it's a mixture of the two. And the position we currently have, computer. Again, not to be trusted. Always likes white in this position. Maybe rightfully so, though. Because now we can do what we love to do.
Our favorite living condition. We're pawn up.
Exactly.
Jovi, send invitations.
No, not bishop d3, Miro silly. Takes here, knight b4, and let me see.
Move the bishop all the way back.
We go to c4. That's what I would think. The bishop f1, safe and sound. But then apparently it's kind of a little bit hard to untangle the pieces. Instead, what computer has to offer is to drop the bishop to c4, and after rook c8, once again, I don't know how accurate that one is, then it goes to d2.
I like that.
Perhaps plans to play b3.
That's a safe extra pawn.
Yeah, black is not entirely without the counterplay after, say, bishop e6. But it is a pawn.
It's a pawn.
And let's check out their previous head-to-head scores against each other. And, well, look at this one.
A lot of games.
8 wins for Levon, 10 wins for Alireza, 15 draws.
they have played each other. Now that's a lifetime matchup. By the way, I saw the captures on a6, and instantly after knight b4, there was no hesitation. Levon spent an entirety of a nanosecond playing bishop a6 to f1. And I must say, that was in true Karpovian style, just bringing the bishop back to f1 as opposed to bishop c4. But more or less what you were suggesting, black is not without resources. Rook c8, bishop e6, maybe on a good day, d5. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one, but Levon with an extra pawn.
Well, yeah, we'll see how that one develops. But let's go to the all-Indian derby between Gukesh and Vidit. Vidit desperately needs to get onto the scoreboard. You know, he's been so unlucky.
Couldn't have said it any better. Queen to d7. Now, wait a minute, because there's a lot of weak this move, knight h4, is starting to ask some very salient questions about the light squares on the queen side. We all understand bishop takes d6. That's a big no-no. That is a check, and you're feeling like you got your hand caught in the cookie jar on that one. So knight h4, my first impression is if I can get rid of this bishop, a lot of weak light squares, you're going to need some compensation.
Bishop takes d3 isn't possible, but it is possible to get queen takes d3.
Queen takes d3.
Now, I realize that this is
this is pawn grabbing at its finest. And unfortunately, it's not even grabbing a pawn, right? Because we take, and we could instantly win the pawn back. I suspect we shouldn't be so eager just to take this pawn. We could do other nice things.
I was giggling because it does allow white to go bishop takes knight and triple the pawns.
And
but I
triple
actually
as well.
feel that those triple pawns control squares. They're not pretty.
It's not the prettiest pawn structure ever. We like Gukesh. What's the chess engine?
The machine.
The machine.
The machine says, well, it's your right to like Gukesh and his position, but position is equal if black plays knight d4.
Knight d4.
Which is, if you think of, well, logical, because it's, it's a bit of a dynamic play as well. If I'm allowed to play c6 with black, I'm all of a sudden not so scared of light squares.
But
if knight takes f5, rook takes f5, bishop b7, rook to f8. And then all of a sudden, black is piling up against white's king side.
Okay.
So that is, well, if we get there, it's already better for black. So white absolutely shouldn't do this. So after knight d4, the move, in fact, is somehow try to exchange the knight and not the bishop. So both knight b5 or knight e2 are possible.
So after knight f5, rook f5,
knight f5, rook f5,
knight e2.
No, this one's already better for black. As counterintuitive as it is,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your line.
You go knight e2 or knight b5 immediately.
Gotcha.
Strangely, which I wouldn't do at all in the real game, because knight h4. The only purpose you go knight h4 is to take the bishop.
Exactly.
And knight e2, for instance, and then if black is naive and you can do the same trick. No, you cannot. You cannot, but you just take on e5, and then welcome. If you want to take this one, you will have to block with the rook.
And well, we're going to put this one on hold because we do have a potential repetition between Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan with a very creative opening.
When we left it, we saw the move g3. Rook to e8, g3 takes h4. And this is what I was saying, how nice it would be to have a rook on h1 and the other rook on e1, because the open g file. But check this out, knight b2, and because the queen must keep an eye on the e3 pawn, we might be seeing a repetition. This could be it. With the move knight b2, Jan can claim a draw. And he's done it.
And he's done it, and the players have made eye contact. And we have our first result of the round.
Yeah, and I think this move, rook e1, might have been the culprit in terms of throwing away, if there was an advantage or not at that moment for white. All right, a draw by our tournament leader, which begs the question, how is Fabi doing? Our other tournament co-leader.
Let's go there. He has the black pieces against
Ivan
local
Saric.
wildcard, Ivan Saric.
And here we see, indeed, the line of the engine. And here, once again, to repeat what Miro was saying, get in the move c4, c5. Just stop black from playing c5, which would open up the long diagonal. Play c4, c5 yourself. Not necessarily that you want to go knight to e1 to d3 and round up this pawn, but giving your knight a nice square on c4. He played, Saric, he played the move knight d2, and black was quick to get in c5, and we're catching up with the players now. And I suspect that the difference, I mean, this knight on d2, suddenly, if you look at its possibilities,
No, I agree with you. It's not got a bright future on its current squares.
Put the white pawn on c5, the black pawn on c7. Now we're cooking with gas.
Right.
Very big, and it's a nuance, but a big difference. First thought is the desirable d5. What do you think about them apples? I'm capturing the center. How do you like that? Capturing the center. Trademark, call the patent office. Capturing control of the center.
It's my kind of move. I'm not going to lie there. But on the other hand...
You're happy about your bishop.
No, I'm not happy with the trajectory that white has played. Like, why put the rook on d1? Like, why do all those things and then go d5 and make your pieces look silly?
Because,
so what I wanted to do...
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't let you answer because...
I was asking what you thought of the position. Do you like black or white after d5?
And the A line makes me nervous.
What would you like to do?
So what I wanted to do here was I wanted to mobilize the knight on d2. I wanted to go d takes c5 at the right time. So
is this the time?
Yeah, I was thinking knight to e5.
Okay.
Was my move.
Okay, we are tickling this pawn. Now, question is, should we be initiating the trades? It's a question I always ask myself. Who benefits? In this case, I would like to have the c5 square. I would not like to play bishop takes e5. So I will give my knight the square, and I will take on d4. So my threat is to take.
Yeah.
But then I should start with bishop takes g2. I apologize. I'll take my move back, and I'll play bishop takes g2. And I presume you will want to recapture.
Take.
And I will capture here.
And then pawn takes.
Okay.
I have to go down that road.
And I will capture this one.
And then pawn takes.
No, probably, because I got nothing else to do.
Yeah, then knight to f3, and I've gotten compensation for my pawn, and that's about it.
Good compensation, agreed. Agreed. I wanted to go queen c3 and make some kind of like, okay, I got some squares from my knight. The reason I asked about this position after d5, because it's one of those positions where you could say that black's got a great bishop, the g7 bishop. Mm-hmm. Equally, you've got to say black has a terrible light squared bishop. So there's pluses and minuses. White's got a bad bishop, but if I could play bishop h3 followed by e4, hey.
Yeah, I'm with you with the e4, but then why put the rook on d1?
That I don't know. Hey, look, I can only play the cards I'm dealt. You know, if the rook was on a1 or a4, I'd be even happier still. Jump in on this one, Miro. How does the computer like knight d2 and c5 and the current position?
Not much.
Not much.
Meaning it's close to equal, according to, once again, this machine, which gives us not a lot of information. What I found funny that you were both right, and it's incredible how players should be flexible during the game, right? Because I said, yeah, c5. And c5, if you think of it, it's not only that it is a computer move, it's quite understandable. We play against the g7 bishop.
Exactly.
Right, okay. So after knight d2, c5, well, d5 immediately wouldn't be a bad idea.
Right.
But then black knows what he's doing. He knows what the structure is. So he goes d6, knight to d7, somewhere e5, f6, and roughly equal. Instead, let me see. Black, we went queen c2, black went queen a5. Now, white should have been better after d5 because queen a5 puts the queen aside.
Right.
d5, e4, the one that you both mentioned, you sensed the moment. After rook d1 and knight h6, apparently it's too late because now d5, like black developed the knight, maybe not to the ideal square, but now d5, d6, computer no longer sees as like much better for white. Still probably the way to go, and just to go e4 and try to say, okay, you have two bishops, but this one's not doing much for the moment.
Exactly.
Right. h4 is another one of those interesting but controversial moves because it's first stabilized the center with d5.
H4.
Still very
Peculiar move.
tense position, but can we just dash over to the game
where
between
would you like to
Gukesh
go?
and Vidit?
The
Because
all-Indian matchup. Let's
we
see.
did see Vidit capture on d3
Oh,
with
no.
the queen, which was something that we looked at. Well, I forced you to look at
Yeah, well,
as an
it's
option.
with a grimace.
And I can see that question marks all
Fat
around.
question mark.
I
to
see
this
big
one.
fat orange question mark.
Big fat orange question mark. And we figured out what was the problem with bishop takes d3. And apparently queen d3, bishop d5 check is still very, very strong. It's not as easy to
It's a queen
to understand. So king goes. Then there is a funny line which regrettably only gives white a very slight not to b1, but to d1, gives white only slight advantage. But if you capture here, it's a little check. Oh, it's a checkmate. Right, so after rook a d1, however, some g5 black is still fighting. So what you have to do after this check on king h8 is actually be clever and move the queen. And you say, you know what, the queen on d3 is also in danger. And not only it is in danger, it's probably trapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, the moment this position is on the board, the engine realizes, now, you know what, white's winning.
Yeah, rook to d1. That's a big...
rook e1. And you probably can get some sort of a game with, say, g5, and after this you take on f1, take on h4, pretend you have, and maybe you do have some threats with like knight jumps, but objectively there shouldn't be any doubt white must be winning.
Yeah, thank you for that, Miriam. By the way,
Guess
queen
what?
e1.
Queen e1.
Queen e1 on the
board.
I'm also going to go ahead to the game between Anish Giri against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because there, not that many pieces on the board, but as Yasser mentioned, white is a pawn to the good.
Anish Giri won against Fabiano in Bucharest in the final round. He played with an extra pawn, just absolutely flawless to upset the tournament leader at that moment. And he's got a dream position. Like, you can't ask for anything better than this. Great bishop on this long diagonal. Extra pawn, pass pawn.
h3 played in order to prevent a knight jumping to g4.
By the way,
like this.
Don't you find the move h5 counterproductive in the sense, I've always thought you don't put your pawns on light squares when your opponent has the light square bishop. Not that that's going to save the game or anything like that. You just...
Yes.
You don't do that. It's a principle.
Right. I'm saying this as someone who's broken this principle many times.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You're giving me the bishop on g2 has purpose. h2, h3 was played quickly. I would have suspected that bishop f3 would have been, doing the same thing, giving myself, let's say, an extra square, luft, if you will, while also just making it...
But this
tying down the knight.
I know the computer is like massively in favor of white, but I don't feel like it's going to be that easy.
Yeah.
You know, the rook will come to b2, the other rook will join in the action as well, and there's a lot of counterplay down the second row.
Well, I'm expecting a trade of rooks. That is to say, I'm expecting b4 and rook a8. Then I want to park my bishop on c6. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
we
whoa.
have,
King to h2. What?
What's happening there?
Yeah,
Okay, so he gave a check.
Oh, okay.
King h2. Yes.
Why would you voluntarily play king h2? Okay, rook had to come to support the pawn. So again, from white's point of view, simple chess. Rook a8, trade the rooks,
Okay, so
play
just stop
b4, and play bishop c6. That's what's white's agenda. What's your agenda?
Right, my agenda is just rook b2.
Rook b2, b4.
And
If you play rook a8, if you play rook b8, I wanted to play rook a8. So I want to trade one pair of rooks and put my bishop on c6, then play b5. That's what I'm trying to do.
need to mobilize the knight. That's not such an easy job to do.
That's why I don't like the move h5. Not so easy.
Okay,
rook b2 on the
indeed
board.
played.
And by the way, MVL, for those who are joining us late, he just lost in round 4 against Gukesh by making this massive blunder, massive mistake.
Interesting.
And he might be in one of those, you get on tilt
Right.
after a devastating loss.
You know, I had a glance at Miro's board.
Yeah.
And b4 was also awarded a question mark.
Really?
Yeah,
Like,
It's the standard, the most
literally
logical
the most
move.
natural
Yeah.
move on the board.
I mean, the position
Why?
is much more, it's kind of much trickier than
Then-
you would guys, or all of us rather, would think.
Yeah.
Because, I was like first with Yasser completely.
ABC.
Like, I know the bishop is stronger than I was told the bishop is stronger than the knight, we have the passed pawn and so on.
Right.
And the trickiness here is that
After
rook
b2, b4.
computer wanted rook d2, and again, everybody was right once again. Computer wanted rook d2 in order to go knight d5. So it's either knight is joining, or if white exchanges, we all know positions with rooks can be easier saved than positions without rooks. After rook b2, bishop f1 to c4 is what the machine wanted. Bishop f1 to c4, guard this, and you kind of looking at the second weakness, right? The principle of two weaknesses, we've been told. After b4, rook b8 or rook d8 is not that bad, because the desirable, the one that we all desired, faces a little bit of a tactical kind of counterplay. And how to react to h4.
Right.
Because one of the ways one can join with the knight is from h5.
Yeah.
Like gh4, knight h5, and the rook taken too many jobs, and now it has to give up on one of them.
Right.
And what do you don't really want to lose the b4 pawn, because then it's a question if you're better at all, right? And or f2 pawn. So this is already like a draw.
He missed h4.
He did not play h4.
He played knight e8.
Well, no, that's bad news then. You know what? It's not a bad news. I mean, I'm surprised how equalish this position is. Computer's just not impressed at all. It says 0-20.
0-20.
No one cares about your extra pawn, computer
Wow,
says.
I would have thought it was winning.
Absolutely.
It's crazy. I would have thought you
Absolutely.
play king g2, rook d4, bishop c6, and sign score sheets.
So look, so what it does, I'm looking through the lines, and I will not say play all the lines, but basically what it does, it gets the king on e7
Fair.
and the knight on d6.
Fair.
And pretty much stays there.
And just says...
And it's, I don't know, bishop c6, knight d6, let's say. Yeah, equal. Rook d4, king e7. And it says you cannot make much progress from there.
Wow.
Which is impressive, seriously. But apparently there is no way to get b5, same as it would be in the rook endgame, right?
Wow.
The knight on d6 compensates
That
for the bishop.
maneuver, the bishop f1, to move it to c4 was such an instructive point.
Yeah, I like the bishop hitting the f7 pawn.
Yeah.
Wow. Missed opportunity. We'll keep an eye on this one. But for MVL, a horrible start. for the second day of Rapids. Going to go back to Ivan Saric and Fabiano for a moment, because Wesley So has already drawn his game against Jan. H2, H4, we left it here, and I like this capture on C5 very much because we've got a great square. Knight on C5 is a great outpost. And let's see what happens next. Oh, no, that's it. That's all we got.
Yes, not too many moves. Okay, well, white has a nice knight on d4. Has the open d line as well.
Yes.
Target on d7. What's not to like about white's position? Like, you can just now... I understand black has got good pieces. You know, the knight on c5 is very good. Probably going to jump into e4 given the chance.
The bishop is good. There's also a little bit of a question: how safe or how good is the queen? Queen can come to a8 with a check. I don't know. I don't know if f5, f4. You know, sometimes that can be a battering ram. You know, if you have to play g takes h4. I think that this is a 3-result game. You know, like I can see trumps for both players here. I want to go to the game of Gukesh and Vidit for a moment, because when we left it, we saw out of the blue, queen takes d3, the black queen was getting trapped. And that was pretty much of a shock for Vidit. After the move queen e1, Uroro, how are we going to deal with rook to d1?
Well, Vidit couldn't deal with that, so he decided to roll the dice with g5. And this is where black could argue for some compensation, right?
Shall we have a look?
Yeah, let's have a look. Rook to d1.
Okay. And you can take the rook on d1, on f1. You can take the knight. What's your poison?
What is my poison? Okay, so let's...
Shall we start with this one? We could just have a quick gander. Takes, takes, takes. You know what? It bugs me that this knight could come to d4. Let me take your knight. And I don't know if you wanted to include check or not. Queen to g2. And what do you have? You have a rook and a bishop. That's... Well, you also have a square knight to g5.
I'm on safe king as well. Yes, rook
we
d1
do have
played.
rook to d1, and Vidit is facing the choice that we had. Sorry, please.
Yeah,
Joe.
no, but
he took on f1. Look at this.
Very quickly, and now taking on
h4. I feel like a Nostradamus suddenly. What just happened? I mean,
your prediction game is spot on. And now, okay, now this is where you went bishop takes knight. And
maybe bishop takes c6 was too premature, because I'm beginning to fear the loss of control over the f3 square.
Queen e2?
Yeah, I was with the trade of the bishop for the knight. I saw the knight coming to g5 into f3. So queen e2 on the board. And I think we've just caught up with the players, Jovi.
Yep, queen e2. That's a nice move. Threatening bishop takes c6, and also
queen takes e5. Check.
Queen coming into h5, maybe.
Queen h5. I also spied a double attack with queen e3 and queen takes c5.
And let's check out the head-to-head scores between these two. What are you expecting?
I was expecting a slight edge to Vidit.
Me too.
Because I thought Gukesh is the much younger of the two, and I thought Vidit got in some wax earlier in their career. Not true.
Not true at all, because there you can see it is 5 wins to 2 and 3 draws. And Vidit having a nightmare of the tournament so far, losing all of his games.
When it goes wrong, it rains, it pours, as we say. But my goodness, has it gone wrong for Vidit. Jump in on this one, Miro. We don't think it's adequate compensation.
No, it isn't.
But, or there isn't?
No, there isn't much to kind of put on the other side of the scales. Yeah. So here, after rook d1, there were various ways of kind of try to confuse white, and one of those was
taking the
to
knight.
take on h4, and it's a little bit different. What's funny here is that one of the options is actually not to take the queen, but just to take on c6. But let's be real. So let's take the queen. Bishop takes c6, for instance, and it can be a little bit annoying. Let's say the line like this, and then computer always says it's lost. But like if you calculate lines and you reach this position from afar,
right,
it can seem a bit, like the king is exposed, like the rook is coming to g8, g5 maybe, and black gets rid of the pin. So I can see how this one could be irritating.
Yeah.
Because the position we get in the game, and especially after this queen e2, which is probably a very clever move, there is no way to stop this trade on c6.
Followed by
e4 was played, yes, and you just take, and then the king is safe, there is no threats, and it's just like should be a trivial conversion of an extra material.
Thank you, Mara. And for Gukesh, if he was to win, whoa.
Yeah, he's on 50% at the minute, and suddenly
but he won. Yeah,
yes, but he
was
yesterday he was on -1.
Yes.
So he pulled himself back up to 50%, and 2 points in the bag will be very, very handy, right?
Yes, exactly. We'll keep an eye on this one. I'm going to go to Levon and Alireza. Remember, Alireza blundered a pawn in a open Sicilian, and somehow we thought he had compensation. He does have compensation. He's a pawn down.
He does have compensation, but the rook is trapped on b2. It's being caged in by 2 horses.
So we want to play bishop to d3, and I like the British expression to shift the knight to c4.
Yeah.
And trap the ensnared rook.
Yeah,
That'd be game.
That would be game, but it's very difficult to achieve.
Yeah. Okay. So that one's still ongoing. Ivan Saric, we understand he's got a solid position.
But it feels like maybe he's on the defensive here.
Slightly, right?
Yeah.
Slightly. The knight on c5 bothered him greatly, so he brought his knight to d3. Now, again, the question for me was the vulnerability of white's king, queen to b7 check.
And indeed, you have to deal with that one.
Because there's also lurking a prospect of bishop takes, and this knight could jump on a very good day to c3 and rook to a2. I'm beginning to feel Fabi is for choice here.
I also have that opinion there. The knight quickly jumps into e4. Knight
Again,
c3, an idea.
We've got control of the only open A file, so feeling more and more like Fabi is
I just feel like white's rook is on the wrong square. I think it needs to be on d1, and the white knight coming to f4 so it can jump to d5.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one. Incr square is the d5 square. So we'll keep an eye on this one. I wanted to go to Anish Giri MVL because that was an ending that, to our eyes, wow, Anish has every right to expect a victory. The engine was just laughing and saying, your extra pawn is meaningless. We've got a great blockade and a very active rook on d2, so we're good. Strange world we live in where an extra pawn is not meaningful. It's true.
Times change, yes.
They never change. It's no different. You know, it's been the same for 1,500 years. I want to keep it that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's difficult to see a plan of improvement for Anish. So maybe I would like to revisit the game between Gukesh and Vidit, because the queen did find itself on h5.
After e4, we left it, captures on c6 immediately, captures on c6, and you mentioned queen h5. That's a handsome looking pawn on h6. that we want to capture. Rook f6 defended the pawn. G4, asking a salient question. Where do you want to put your bishop? If you retreat, there's a check. That's nasty. If you retreat to e6, knight takes e4. However, if you retreat to g6, did you see that? Before I could play queen takes h6.
I wanted to play queen takes h6.
I wanted to play queen takes h6.
But queen takes c5 I did not
happened?
like, because I feel like it's stepping in the wrong direction. And the king is vulnerable for white.
Well, I like queen takes h6 just because I like hovering near my opponent's pieces. I pin my opponent's pieces, and furthermore I wanted to play rook d7. He played queen takes to c5 very quickly, did Gukesh. Knight to g5, and we've caught up with the players. I'm assuming we want to force the knight to go into f3, so h4, knight f3, or do we want to go rook to d7?
If you go rook to d7, maybe there's some counterplay with black doubling on the f line.
That I would find frightening, doubling on the f line.
Yeah, threaten rook f2, and then the knight is primed to jump in.
You had me at threatening
and well, actually h4 played.
Exactly.
So interesting enough, Gukesh is one of the players who is at the top of the average accuracies per player.
No kidding.
Yeah. And
I wouldn't
I'm
have guessed
very impressed by these numbers for everyone, in fact.
Wow.
Giri is at the top with 96.1, Gukesh there with 95.7, and Levon Aronian, who found himself on 50% yesterday, topsy-turvy first day, 91.9%, and Vidit, significant difference, 83.2% accuracy.
I'm a little bit stunned by Fabi's trailing in the accuracy because his results have been so very successful. After the move h4, by the way, knight f3 check, king came to g3, rook to e8, supporting the passer.
Yeah, but now is time, isn't it, to mobilize the rook?
Is it?
Well,
you like rook to d7 and rook e7?
yeah, there's either that or the knight on c3 isn't working. Kind of want it on f4.
Yes. So knight e2 is desirable. Rook to d7, rook to e7. There's also queen e3. There's queen takes a5. Now that's a pawn. Maybe that's not worth taking.
Exactly. I feel like that's irrelevant. Focus on the goal. It's in the center.
How could it be? And by the way, not for nothing, there is a move g5 that, I wouldn't want to necessarily expose my own king with the move g5, but it might be one of those things. If you go hg, I get the h file. So for Gukesh, the problem is he's got a lot of desirable choices. Rook to d7 to e7,
and
queen
that's not
e3,
his only
knight
problem.
e2.
He's only got 36 seconds on the clock.
Oh, for Vidit.
Yeah, so this is going to give some hope to Vidit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Jump in on this one, Miro. I mean, okay, Vidit is playing for cheapos. There's no question. And he's trying his best to make White's life difficult. Can he?
Well, apparently he can. So
he played queen e3.
Not a great move, queen e3. And
trying to stop e3 and threatening queen h6.
Yeah, but there is bishop h7. Best
which
move,
was
by the
played
way. Best
immediately.
Move. Yeah, so you guard the h6 pawn, but also you open the g file. So one day, on a good day, rook goes to g8.
And hello. The rook goes to g8, the knight goes to g4, and the rook drops in on f3. Okay, again, he's just, he's material behind.
7 seconds.
7 seconds, knight e2.
You know what? Knight e5 computer gives equal.
I was about to say knight e5.
Yeah, just jump to e5.
Rook drops to f3.
Okay,
very difficult to play when you just have seconds left.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised if, if black...
95.
95.
Okay, and the clock, 12 seconds.
10 seconds.
This is not easy suddenly. Rook F3 is a
Not
winning
at all.
threat. 5
He's
seconds.
going to go queen back to c5.
Queen C5.
Oh, and suddenly I'm sensing opportunity. Rook F3 check. Knight takes G4. I'll switch sides on this one.
Yep.
I'd like to play Vidit's position, especially with the clock times. Knight takes G4 with the threat of Knight E3 forking, king and rook. That's a nice one. And don't forget about that rook G8 option after knight takes G4. I don't want to hang the knight on E5.
Oh, he grabs the material on offer. Knight to E3, big threat.
Massive. And with 16 seconds,
He shoots the rook down to
Huge
D7.
mistake, rook D7.
Ooh, I'm seeing the G file is wide
Knight
open.
F6 wins, rook G8 wins.
Knight
Can he find it?
F6.
Both
what
Knight
the
F6
tempo-
and rook G8 wins.
Yeah. The white king. Who's guarding the king?
No one.
No one. Knight
And,
F6.
that's going to be the downfall for Gukesh, and it would be a huge result for Vidit in
Vidit.
terms of psychology as well, to get his first point on the table after a miserable start.
Yeah, I'm sure Vidit didn't want to take the point away from his countrymen, but he'll take anything he can get. He's just so deserving of some success in this event. But Knight F6 and Rook G8, and he's got 3 minutes to find this. I think the other slight problem he has, is Knight E3 is such an attractive looking move as well. The problem is, the beautiful point of Knight F6 is in some ways it defends the king against Queen D4 check, right?
Right.
So once we put our knight on E3 and we move our king, it doesn't matter where we move our king. Queen D4 is a problem. So Knight F6, Knight F6.
I love Knight F6 because it has the idea, like you swing the rook over to G8.
Right.
And then once the king moves, it has to go to H2. Then you
Otherwise,
just go
there's a
bishop out to F5 and
there you
defend that mate.
Yeah, good luck on that. And by the way, the knight would swing to F6 with a gain of a tempo against the rook. And he's got 2 minutes. So he's looking at these options. And as Miro says, there's also Rook G8. Rook G8 has a lot to be said for it too.
Oh, he makes a move.
He makes a move and it's rook G8.
Absolutely.
Big threat of knight to F6.
Discover check.
11 seconds for Gukesh.
Queen D4 check.
Well,
You go knight F6 counter check.
exactly.
Yes, that's check.
You go counter check.
Not Queen D. And by the way, there's no other move, but Knight F6 counter check.
Okay, only
King
move,
H2
King H2 preventing rook H3, which will be checkmate.
You know, guys, you already have a draw, I guess, like by going rook F2, no? But C5 wins. Oh, E3, is E3 good? Well, it is a mistake. Black is still better though, but E3
I love
isn't
the
that
move
great.
C5 because, again, I'll say it 1,000 times, I hate being pinned. And in the case of the move C5 and just inducing white to give up the pin, he
rook
didn't do it.
E7.
Rook E7, good.
E3, Rook E7, and it's about the clock, Jovi.
It is.
How critical is the clock at this moment?
Very critical. I mean, both on the board and on the clock, because Vidit has just under 2 minutes, but Gukesh just 14 seconds. He will need to have all his wits about him if he wants to survive this position.
What's the story after Rook G4?
Well, then maybe you can
Check on
throw
D8.
a check.
Bishop to G8? Rook to D4? Bishop to G8. I like the pawn on E3. I kind of like Rook F2, but I want to keep Rook F2 in reserve. Rook to G4.
I think maybe you can also go rook E8.
Rook e8, bishop g8 in every case.
Now check on d8. It's a super tricky line.
Okay.
Check on d8, bishop g8. You take e3.
What? Oh.
You can take e3, and this is
What,
again.
What a move!
What a chance of this being found on last seconds.
Oh my gosh! I mean,
and there's always one rook that is lost. Look, I mean, rook e3, queen f6, rook g7, queen h6. One of the rooks runs into double attack, which is incredible.
That is just crazy. Crazy line. Nice. Which is why the move e3 was an error, and c5 was really the correct move.
And now Vidit down to 35 seconds.
No. Uh-oh. Just a second. Sorry, I just have to refresh my board.
And we have a result. Fabiano Caruana has defeated Ivan Saric, so he moves to the sole lead. And there we see in our present game, rook to f2, check.
I suspect a perpetual might be coming up. I suspect so because of 14 seconds for Vidit. He doesn't want to lose another game, and the game's too sharp. It's simply too sharp for him in this moment.
14 seconds. No, he goes for it.
He goes for it.
C5.
What a courage. Oh my gosh. Will it pay off? Will he be rewarded? Miro, jump in.
But now it's too late. Now it's too late. It's equal. It's equal according to machine, and the best you can do is go for the perpetual.
In a check.
Take the perpet.
And it's incredible that also, if you think bishop e4 would be a checkmate, right? But how to manage all that?
He's just got 5 seconds, and he keeps on checking the white king.
There's no win. I mean, he can't believe his own eyes, but it's the truth. He's got to make the perpetual check.
Yeah.
And Gukesh is so right to be playing his moves instantly.
And that's why.
Not to give his opponent any time to
That's why you
3 seconds.
C5, yeah, and the players are just repeating moves.
And
but I'm sure we've seen this position 3 times.
Yeah, we have it. It's come up on my board 3, and that's like 4. And somebody's got to claim the draw. There it is.
Yeah,
that's enough. That's
just at some point you have to stop the clock.
Right. I think the players.
It's been like 5 times repetition?
Yes.
And I can see it's also a draw between Anish Giri and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Did he make it? Did he make it? I mean,
what's going on, guys?
I'm worried he's going to lose on time.
This is absurd. This is 6. Stop the clock and claim the door.
Stop the clock, please.
And well, for Gukesh, I guess he wants to keep the game alive.
But how can he keep the game alive?
Right, but he's relying on Vidit to build himself enough time to want to keep the game going.
Right. What is going on?
They just keep on repeating.
This is hilarious.
Well, Gukesh might regret wanting to keep the game alive because apparently Black can continue. He's not worse after...
Okay, no.
Yeah, with the king on h1, there is like a rook d8 move or something. I mean, you don't want to be going there after you've repeated the position 10 times.
10 repetitions?
Okay. When will they agree a draw? Finally, eye contact has been made. And
that was one of the most confusing sequences I've seen, and I've been around, I've seen a lot.
And this is the final game between Levon Aronian, Alireza. Let's head there. And we see Levon. He's got a knight and 2 pawns for the rook.
No, this should be a draw. I was about to say, if the pawns were together, let's say at g2, f3, e4, I think it would still be a draw. With the pawn lost on e4, draw.
Knight h3 was surprising, to be honest.
Right? Why would you play knight h3? I guess he wants to play king h3? I don't know. Knight. Yeah.
Oh yeah, just king h3
and yeah,
force the exchange.
And
Alireza,
it doesn't even
no
try.
illusions there.
Solid. Very solid choice. That was eventful and bizarre.
We
I
had
don't
a razor
know how
sharp
else-
position.
I don't know how else to describe that one.
And, well, we did see Fabiano Caruana. He did win his game with the black pieces against Ivan Saric. And we're going to go straight to Croatia, where Cristian will show us how that game finished.
Absolutely, guys, and it wasn't easy. I have to say, Ivan Saric, I think out of the opening perhaps had the easier position, but at this particular moment, after the move knight to a6, he should have played the move d5, and I was wondering, why are you not playing the move d5 to close up the bishop on a8, right? And now the knight on a6 is also kind of uncomfortable. I would assume knight to c7, knight to e8, and perhaps knight to d6 would arrive on the board. Nevertheless, it's not easy to find the right spots, especially for that bishop on a8. And there's no problem with opening up the long diagonal, the long a1 to h8 diagonal, because the bishop on g7 doesn't have any targets. So I think this was the right moment to play the move d5. Instead, Ivan played the move h4. And at this point, Fabiano understood. He had to take on d4, which he did. Knight takes d4, bishop takes g2. We're exchanging my bad bishop, potentially bad bishop on a8 for your very good bishop on g2, which was defending the king. And now my knight gets into play as well. Knight to c5. I have a beautiful knight, potentially jumping to e4, as we will see in the game. Also keeping tabs alongside the pawn on b3 for white as well. Definitely a very strong central knight. Take on c4, queen to c6, and now Fabiano, I have to say, just a brilliant technique to take advantage of the weaknesses in white's position, especially that pawn on c4, coupled with that passed pawn on b4. Well, in the hands of Fabiano Caruana in this particular tournament, it does seem like he's in great shape. It's deadly. Bishop to g7, knight to g5, and after g4 weakening the king on g1 even further. Unfortunately, this is all she wrote. Rook takes c4, h5, and that was the final mistake. Queen to g5. The rook on c1 is no longer protected. King to f1, rook takes d4. You cannot take on d4. Well, you can, but you're going to lose the rook on c1 as well. And that is game. Fabiano takes the lead in this one, takes advantage of the fact that Wesley only managed a draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Definitely Fabiano right now looking primed to take full advantage of everybody else's missteps. He's the leader right now.
Thank you, Cristian. And indeed, I wanted to ask about the standings after two incredibly eventful rounds.
Well, there was only one victory in round 5, and that was Fabiano Caruana, and that takes him right to the top with 8 points. Wesley says that on 7, and then we have Jan Nepomniachtchi, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Alireza Firouzja there on 6. Gukesh remains on 50%. But goodness me, so much action during those games. I honestly felt that it was going to turn just at every single second.
Exactly. Wow, Miro, we've seen two very eventful rounds in the second day of rapid chess competition.
Right you are. And yeah, yesterday I did feel a bit of PTSD, was complaining like number of draws. Now, I didn't even realize in this game, in this round, technically we only had one decisive game.
It felt like
it doesn't mean anything because everything was happening so fast. And this position, if you allow me, it's impossible to analyze, of course.
Sure.
So only to highlight one thing. So he went e3 and c5 a couple of moves ago. And if you remember, after c5 in the game, the queen dropped on c3. And then you can guess without calculating. So the right move was c5, so there is no c3 square for the queen. And then after queen e5, it goes check, here, e3, and black is winning. So the whole difference is that, now your queen is on e5. You're not allowed to capture the pawn, because then the knight gets unpinned. Okay, this is just plus 5, plus 6. Yeah, bishop e4 is threatening everything.
Nice.
Everything. So it was just like make the same 2 moves with pawns, just in different order. Sometimes all it takes to win the game, or not to win the game, as it happened.
Wrong move order, but what an execution that would have been. We reached that stage of our broadcast. We like to check in on our friends at Q Boutique and see what they have. Unleash your inner chess champion with the 2024 Grand Chess Tour Red Polo. Made from 100% polyester, this polo is the official apparel of the prestigious Grand Chess Tour. With the tour's logo prominently displayed, you'll feel confident and stylish as you make your moves on the chessboard. Elevate your game with this must-have polo for any chess enthusiast. Available at qboutiquestl.com for all your chess shopping needs.
Indeed. And as we go to break, Anastasia asked the players how they handle these faster time controls. So take a listen.
Badly.
How do you manage your time during a chess game, especially during faster time controls?
But I think in faster time controls, it's a bit easier, because in classical, there's a tendency to just like think forever, and then you get into time trouble and you never leave time trouble, and your opponent has so much time that they can punish you. While in Rapid and Blitz, you probably want to try to keep up a pace, and the time control forces you to play at a certain pace. So it's actually a little bit easier in fast time controls, and you know that you probably shouldn't be getting into like seconds, your last few seconds for the whole game. So there's that kind of understanding that time trouble in general is a very tough circumstance to play under, and you're trying to avoid that, especially when your opponent has more time.
It's sort of an automatic process. At this point, you're so experienced that you just don't really question every decision you take, but it becomes intuitive. And when everything is right, you're in good form, you've practiced, you're well rested, then the whole thing happens by itself. The moment you already start double checking, double guessing, and questioning your time management, that's already the wrong sign. When you have to think like, am I thinking too long, am I thinking too little? That means that something is off.
Manage your time, it's all in the mindset. So I think classical, rapid, and blitz are all 3 very different games. So for example, in blitz, you just gotta take it psychologically and figure out that there's no way you're gonna figure everything out during the game. You just gotta make a move and trust your intuition. Meanwhile, in classical, you kind of have a feel for it. It's very different.
I think I manage quite well my time in classical, but somehow at faster time controls I'm worse. Like I have worse results in rapid and blitz games than in classical chess. So it's a bit unusual for me. I think in general I don't like the pressure when I have like less than 10 minutes. I don't feel comfortable, and in classical chess I'm always trying to have more than like 20 minutes on the clock. And if I notice that my time is getting low, I usually start playing quickly in classical, and sometimes I even make mistakes like that. But in rapid and blitz you are like almost always in time trouble, so it's a bit different and it's not the same.
In faster time controls I don't really manage, like I just play by feeling, and because rapid is actually one of the most difficult time control to manage. You can neither play too fast or too slowly. Like in classical you can adjust, you have time to adjust. In blitz you just play fast. But in general I like to put pressure on the clock, no matter the time control, so I try to play slightly faster than my opponent. That's my general rule.
I think in the end of the day, it's all about having a good opening preparation, coming out on top, putting your opponent under pressure, and trying to kind of not go too low on time. So as always, in every time control, the hardest part is actually understanding where you need to think, catching this critical key moment, because quite often you will miss this moment and then you spend the whole game suffering, and eventually you may even run into trouble. But if you spend enough time and you kind of focus at this very moment, then the game will be much easier. But it's a real art finding that moment.
It's something that I've been working on. I was really bad at it a while back. Now I think I'm improving there. Yeah, it's a challenge. I don't think anyone has a clear answer because in every game there are some new challenges and there are moments where you need to spend time, moments you just need to play the move, and it's very hard to judge these exact moments, but yeah, we try.
Well, I try, whenever I see like it's close to 0-0-0, I try to play faster.
Mostly it's to be well prepared. If you're well prepared these days, you can make the first moves fast and you will not use so much time, so that's pretty important.
Only if I knew that answer, how to do that. I am a chronic time trouble person, so I've been making few changes in the past couple of months. Let's see if they work and my time management is better now.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Welcome back. It's the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz second day, and it's sixth and final round of the day. So let's have a look at the standings so far. Well, it was a dramatic round over the board, but in the end there was only one decisive game, and that was Fabiano Caruana as he took down local hero Ivan Saric, and he moves to the top, to the sole lead with 8 points. Then Wesley So is 1 point behind with 7 points. Nepomniachtchi, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, Alireza, Firouzja, they're there on 6. And as luck would have it, here the pairings on round 6. Important encounters here because Alireza, there on 6 points, faces his countrymate Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, also on 6 points. Vidit finally got onto the scoreboard. He's on 1 point. He faces white against his former, I would say he seconded Anish Giri. Nepomniachtchi plays white against Gukesh. Fabiano Caruana, tournament leader, plays his countryman Wesley So. And Levon Aronian has white against Ivan Saric.
Bobby versus Wesley, number 1 versus number 2, as they get ready for the ninth, not ninth, I got ahead of myself, 6th and final round of today's action. 3 blitz games in a row. You were telling us on break, Miro, something that was pretty funny about the previous round, and that was Alireza's rook that got trapped on B2 was the sole survivor.
Yeah, but seriously, just realized it later. And okay, I won't bring the game, but we looked at Aronian Firouzja game and we said, it's a complex endgame and black's rook on B2 is potentially a target we want to trap it. And then we left for someone else and spent a lot of time with Gukesh's game. And then I come to realize that in the final position, Alireza had only 1 piece beside the king, and that was the trapped rook from B2, so everything else was gone. So how unpredictable the game can be, right?
But in the end, that one went as well.
That was
Yes, sacrifice for a pawn. It was trapped, as we see the all-French matchup. And for MBL, the Frenchman with 3 names, by the way, not 2 names, as was introduced on our show. He started the day in first place, but he had a loss and a draw. And what is his mindset at this moment? Again, he came in today with high hopes, and he's got the black pieces against Alireza.
Yeah, well, he has to bounce back from that loss that he had against Gukesh because it was particularly shocking. He was in charge all of that game and then suddenly...
1 move blunder.
1 terrible move and that was it. The event is over. But, okay, well,
Here we go, Najdorf.
It is.
He may have moved away from his Grunfeld defense, but MVL can still be counted on for playing the Najdorf, the most ultra-sharp Sicilian. And H2, H3. So a Keres attack with H2, H3, it doesn't have the same potency, Miro, because of this half tempo that white has to do with H3. Yeah. H7, H6, and they're still in a very popular and intriguing way of play. I think just about every move, bishop E3, bishop G2. I suspect F4 is a bad move.
Also been played though, Yasser. Bishop
no
G2.
Kidding.
Yeah.
Really? Bishop G2 seems a lot more natural to my eyes. Okay, probably I'm actually making the decision to tuck my king in on the king side with castles, and then I want to play F4 and F5, and let's have some fun on the king side. We're going to keep an eye on this game as I want to turn to our, how else to put it, the marquee matchup between our tournament leader, Fabi, versus Wesley So, who happens to be, at this exact moment, in 2nd place. English opening with G3, none of this D3, A3 playground that Fabi recently explored. Knight to D4, Queen B6, that's a little bit off the beaten track. I'm much more familiar with D5, but Queen B6, E2, E3, D7, D5, Knight C3, and Miro, the players are blitzing like this is the latest and greatest.
Well, Queen B6 is, well, you're right, D5 is more popular, but there's more than 100 games with Queen B6, and nothing new here.
Okay.
Queen B6, I think knight, moving the knight is much more often, either to B3 or C2, later on E3. So after the move in the game, I think we are headed towards uncharted territories pretty rapidly. So queen b3, let me double check. 3 games only after queen b3.
Only 3.
Only 3 games. And if you think of this position, like say few moves back, it's, what do you call this one? An Alapin Sicilian with colors reversed.
Sure.
Right? Or rather this one.
Right.
Alapin Sicilian with colors reversed. So white having an extra tempo in Alapin Sicilian. But white has already committed to Fianchetto, which isn't the most popular in Alapin. Hence the discussion, because I think if you just give black in Sicilian an extra tempo in Alapin, black probably is better.
Right.
But since here there are some commitments. Well. So bishop to c5, knight a6 is something that computer likes, and apparently the queens will be traded.
Right.
I can't see a single line where black, say, goes queen c7 or queen d8, tries to keep the queens on the board.
Just because I see some weakness in white's camp, more specifically the d3 square, I find myself attracted to knight a6, intending as quickly as possible knight to c5 and knight to d3. So after knight a6, are we taking the pawn on d5? I suppose
trades the queens first after knight a6.
Yeah, but isn't there knight b4? No, there's no knight b4.
No, he trades the queens right away. So knight a6,
Knight a6, queen takes, pawn takes, c d5.
And then I pause because I want to play knight.
I wanted to go knight b4 as well, but
Yeah.
I don't think it works because a knight on d4 is
It's defending
awkwardly
c2.
defending c2.
Yeah, and c takes can't be like the structural thing that it does. It goes f3.
Just
f3 here. Yeah, and e takes, bishop takes. Potentially white has a very, very nice structure. So it's on black to play dynamic, right?
Yes. Because there is a nice Solani and there's 2 double pawns as
and
well.
there is also like knight b5. Imagine white getting knight b5, b3, bishop b2. It's a dream position, right?
Agreed. Yeah.
And what happens if you're the one that doubles?
Yeah, queen
White's
takes b3.
pawn structure?
You can
Let's
do
have a
that.
look-see.
You can do that.
By the way, knight a6 on the board,
yeah.
but queen takes b3, a takes b3.
Yep.
Now, the problem is, again, well, let's go, yeah? Knight to here, knight to c5, knight to d3 on the agenda.
But maybe f3 is still very much something that
It's
annoys black.
It's weird, but I was also thinking about d3.
Yeah, it alternates, and this time it takes on d5 and goes d3.
Exactly.
Again, I don't have an explanation. It's just engine telling me moves.
It's
And
a bit of a moot point because we saw knight a6 being played.
Yep.
Yeah, knight a6 on the board. And again, this is our a ferocious battle. We're going to keep an eye on that, but on this one. But we just want to go around the arena to take a look at the other games. Jovi, give me some direction.
Okay, let's check out Jan Nepomniachtchi against Gukesh.
As Jan breaks an incredibly long drawing streak, he started another one with a draw in the previous round, but he had been on 15 draws in a row and got a victory, so he's actually on a plus score. Okay, this is a Sicilian. Isn't this kind of a funny one? With e5. So it's not a Nimzo Sicilian. d4. But something's very wrong here. White's got an enormous amount of development. And just before this last move was played, just to demonstrate the threat.
Oy.
Kaboom. Yes. Like, oh dear, that would be...
Comes with a health warning, that
yes,
one. Yeah,
exactly.
You do not want to be falling for that one.
Right, so castles, but let's just pause here because White's got an awful lot of development. I'm not used to, and this knight looks a little peculiar too.
So have you asked the question immediately to that piece?
Yes, let's ask the question, what are you doing? Now, I suppose we have to take the knight so that we give our knight a square in case you
Right.
take with the queen.
And if I take with the pawn,
Then I
because
don't know what
want,
to do.
I want to win it.
Then I don't
guess
know.
you can swing the queen over, maybe.
Should I be playing G5?
G5?
I'm fishing around. I don't believe I could play E5. I could play F5. I could go Queen G6. Queen. What am I saying? Queen G6. Sorry. You just gave my knight a square. Apologies. That should have been obvious. So,
wait a second.
Desirable knight E5. Let's do it like this.
Okay.
That's
Knight
what on
G5.
the board.
Pardon?
That's what on the board.
Oh, sorry.
Knight EG5.
Okay. These guys are good. I didn't realize. Sorry.
I was trying to figure out why would you take on F3 with the pawn, and I didn't realize that you were looking at a different position. I was trying to make.
Well, if the knight went to G5, then you would never take with the pawn. Knight to G5, threatening to trap the knight because now bishop takes F3 does have knight takes F3. So we have a dual threat. We want to take on F7, forking the rooks, as well as A3, trapping the ensnared knight. Jump in on this, Miro. Is this theory? And no, when did we depart? And what's the current situation?
Wasn't this move 10, queen takes d6? Wasn't this Alireza versus Fabi from the candidates? I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was. So the whole line with e5, knight b5, knight b5, knight d5, it used to be like very old-fashioned because back in the day, people believed that knight g5 practically wins.
Right.
And it turned out that after knight g5, in fact, like both h6 and f6, even like as ugly as it looks, even f6 is playable. So therefore, recently they don't even do this. Don't even go knight g5. Yeah. So I think that was pretty much what was played in Fabi versus Alireza, if I'm not mistaken. And then, yeah, it seems like Jan has just prepared it. Pardon me. Openings? No openings, no moves like this. No
game.
No one played it. Computer likes white a lot. While suggest that e5 has to be played, which is not an easy move to play if you didn't check it at home,
right?
Like because you understand, yeah, it could be the move. I'm playing a move with the tempo and everything, but. Yeah. So knight f7, bishop f3, I'll just follow the main line of the computer.
Sure.
Queen f3, you trade, and knight c2 is the only one. So you take exchange, I take exchange. I don't even know where we end up being. Knight h8, knight to e1. For instance, me, I don't understand why would you take the rook, right? Because both rooks are attacked, but apparently there is some tactics. So that's what computer does. Takes over here, knight goes to f7. Now, apparently, if you go after the bishop, the d pawn runs forward, right? So you cannot do this. So rook d7, you go knight e5. And this is where I'm surprised a bit. Because I would think this should be like so much more comfortable for white. Like maybe just like
D3.
close to winning for white with the knight on d3, right?
We live for the blockade, yeah.
Yeah, but... So, and moreover, you can play knight d3 because there is rook e8 threat, so c4 is not hanging. And computer gives white just a minimal, just a tiny edge, which I would think in practical game. This might be, something that kind of a clever find at home. Because computer gives it like, say, almost equal, and this position. If you play with the board, it's very hard to play for black.
Exactly.
So sometimes you happen to find this kind of gems, so to speak, and then if your opponent doesn't pay attention to what is the result of the analysis, you only see that, okay, this is equal. If you spend some time on this position, you understand, okay, it's not very equal. It's not exactly equal. It's black surviving.
As you mentioned, Gukesh is thinking about what to do, but let's check out the lifetime score against each other. And here you go. Not that many games.
No.
5 games. We have 1 win apiece, 3 draws.
Right. Hard to say lifetime matchup again. This is like a flirtation. 1 win, 1 loss. We've been seeing some of these players having 10 wins, 10 losses, and 32 draws with one another.
Looks like one person is playing chess, the other one is
thinking about what's on the dinner tonight. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, we have a special, a Thursday special on the menu. Knight G5, and I'm sitting there saying, this is a tough decision. It really is for Gukesh. E5, yeah, I can see why that move is necessary, but if, just as Miro was saying, if I'm not prepared for E5, I'm thinking I have to move my queen. I have to make room for the knight. So queen to F6 with the idea I'm doing it with the tempo. I want to be able to play queen takes F4. And if you play the desirable bishop E5, I'm looking to save myself as best I can by trading, and I'm hoping that at the end of the day, the move F6 will somehow come to my rescue. Ugh, I'm not sure it does, but not an easy moment here for Gukesh, and I think he's gotten caught in some prep by Jan. That's my initial thoughts. As we're going to leave this game on the boil. Where would you like to take us, Jovi?
Let's continue with Vidit against Anish Giri.
All right, I passed that game up for a moment, and what do we have? It looks like one of those marvelous modern Catalans, which are so hard to play because there are times when you want to maintain the bishop and there are times when you want to give up the bishop. In this case, Anish goes for the trade. Bishop takes c3 on the board, and Vidit, well, what to say? He's got two very good options. One was to play b takes c3, considerably changing the pawn structure, but opening up the b file so you can play c4, maybe on a good day, press against b7. He's taken with the queen, and I'm not a big fan. I'm thinking that after queen d6, bringing the rooks into the center, it's more equal than anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's rock solid.
It is
for
solid.
both sides. There we see knight f6.
Knight f6
I can imagine a world where knight comes to d5.
Yeah, it just
parks itself there, and then eyeballs the b4 square.
Indeed. We'll keep an eye on this one. Miro, you're seeing some action?
Well, everywhere.
Everywhere.
Even the game that you just left.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, Levon and Maxime, Alireza and Maxime.
Yes.
So this develops into something very intriguing.
Okay.
So
From
this, as you've pointed out, this is something known, and then I'm checking. And the usual move would be bishop e3 or castle short.
Right.
And there is one move that I thought might have been a novelty. In fact, it was played. But how often do you see double fianchetto for white against the Sicilian?
Not at all.
You do have it in Reti opening or in English sometimes, but not against the Sicilian. And apparently that's some position that was debated and still up here have 5 games.
Wow.
After knight c6. So, yeah. And what black does is relatively standard to Scheveningen's,
setups, yeah.
So wants to exchange the knight and put the bishop on c6, neutralizing white's bishop. So therefore, knight c to e2. Well, I actually thought maybe the other knight had to go to e2. Anyway, check. So that's the peculiar setup ever. Have you ever seen the bishop being on c3 and then taking on d4? Nonetheless, so position right here. Computer likes black slightly because it's very hard to prove the usefulness of this one. And I'm not sure how much the bishop on...
It did not like that last move, knight f1.
Knight f1.
At all.
Knight f1. Well, apparently going to d5, but even if you get all the way to d5 and black trades, you're left with 1 on g2, which is not doing much, and bishop on b2 is not brilliant either.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm seeing the f4 square.
me too. I was just going
Bishop
knight.
g5, exactly.
Okay, I wanted a knight there.
I did too. I wanted to go knight to c5, attacking the pawn on e4, and followed with knight to e6 to f4, but also bishop to g5. I like MVL's position.
Looks
very,
great
very
for
much.
MVL.
Knight c5.
Knight c5 played.
And he has played it pretty quickly, MVL has. The clock times, I mean, Jovi in this case is significant.
Yeah,
edge.
completely. Because Alireza just under 15 minutes, whereas Maxime, he is just around the 23 minutes and 38-minute mark.
Hardly used any time at all in his
Totally.
clock. And his position looks really good to me. I mean, just optically, the dark squares, some of the best moves you could make maybe were to play g4 to g3, e4 back to e3, because these squares are all very vulnerable. And as Miro is saying, great, you get to plan a knight on d5 and you win the two bishops. Wahoo! Bishop on g2 looks kind of
miserable,
pathetic, right?
And you're not going to get a good route out either.
Don't
So-
like White's position on this one. Where would you like to take
Okay, we
this?
have one final game to check out, and
Which
that's between Levon Aronian and Ivan Saric.
All right, just a second. You're at the bottom, probably. Yes, indeed. Let's see where this came out of. Another one of these quiet Sicilians with bishop c4. Just surprising. It's not like White is playing for any great edge, but
It's just saying, hey, that bishop on c8, how are you going to get it out?
well, obviously b6, right? You want to play b6. You take a rook,
Yes, I take that rook.
play bishop b7.
And now, this is where you're going to be. Yes, queen a7.
Give me a checkmate.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
It is until it isn't, right? Or it is. So, okay, so this is two rooks and a pawn. I forgot the a6 pawn.
Yeah, and you could take on a6
Yeah,
immediately.
exactly.
Right? Okay, in any case, yes, take on a6 immediate. Well, can you take on? Yes, because e7 is hanging. So bishop takes and bishop takes rook, right? So in a blindfold game, I would get away with that. I'd go bishop takes a6, you'd go queen takes a7, bishop takes f1, and you go, oh, I didn't see that was hanging. So I can't play the desirable b6. It means I have to play, okay, this
How'd
is
you get
getting
it
a
out?
little, yeah, rook to,
Well, the bishop is already on g3.
oh, excuse me. Bishop on g3, rook to a6. Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, but then I can go bishop b8
And back.
and back.
No, that's genius. You induce
Yeah.
f6. Weakening move f6. You put your bit. Hard to imagine you got your bishop from h4 to e5 with a gain of tempo. Still, okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. This is Levon Aronian versus Ivan Saric. Of course, the whole point is if black is able to play b5 and bishop b7 like in a turn,
Yeah.
it's all good.
It's this fantastic position
Yeah.
for black with a bishop pair and everything.
Exactly.
So let's keep an eye on this game and let's revisit the game between Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So.
It's all about number one
It
versus number
is.
two.
Yes, exactly. And Fabiano, tournament leader.
Castles.
Wesley in second place.
And here, in Fabi's shoes, it's very easy what he wants to do. His bishop on c1 is absolutely stone cold awful. You've got to break it out, and we're going to play either d3, f3, or even both
Right.
d3 and f3 to get our bishop
And
out.
wasn't d3 the favored choice? From
We
the
wasn't
engine?
sure. Before we castled, the engine actually favored f3. Maybe
No, in this one it was d3.
in this one, it
I
was
know
D3,
it's
sorry.
confusing, yeah, but
Okay, oops.
With black pawns doubled, it was going f3. With white pawns doubled, it was going d3. Now presume if you take ed3, then this is where white can castle. No? Let me double check on this one. So I'm advertising this idea. ed3, yeah, you can castle, you can go bishop b2. So the whole point is that after castle's short, black can go knight b4. That's what computer says, and then d3. Stop. Knight's gonna take on d3.
Well, okay. I think this has happened to every one of us. You play enough games of chess, is you get a situation which is absolutely positionally painful. You don't know what you're doing, and you end up. There's a knight on d3, and you feel like a prisoner. The bishop on c1 will never, ever play again. And you take up checkers. It's a very challenging game because knight on d3 cannot be allowed. But is d3... he's
well,
played
Castle has
castles.
already played, yeah.
So he didn't play d3. So I'm assuming knight b4 f3.
Knight b4 f3
is absolutely required, right?
Yep. And then black would take.
And I'm I'm pausing because maybe I want to retain the bishop.
Yep.
Knight takes.
But the whole point is like black is not unhappy. So knight on b4 is very stable.
Yes.
Right, so just like develop somehow, go a6, go bishop c5. And the bishop on c1 is still not ideal.
Yeah, the question for me is, can I play knight e5 and bishop d2? I know it's a stretch, but rook takes f6 is on my agenda with my knight on e5, I mean.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So it's almost like a French reverse where you can play this way.
Yeah.
But the bishop on d2 is no great shakes.
I was also wondering whether instead of allowing d4, you could sit there with the knight on d3, or is this just unnecessary?
Let's go.
Because it's just, I noticed you both didn't chase that waterfall that is the a7 pawn.
a7?
Oh yeah, none of you went knight d5.
I didn't even realize. Wait a minute. Just a second. I don't like this knight on d3. I can't.
It just can be dislodged.
I got to get rid of it. I just please leave my home ground. Do me a favor, would you? Take on c-way. I mean, that would be like the worst thing ever. You moved your knight like once, twice, thrice, 4 times for a piece that hasn't developed. So I don't know, but it seems to me that 3 results in this game.
Yeah, I kind of feel that it's more of an onus on Wesley to come up with the precise moves. Fabi does have that natural pawn break. Shall we revisit the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza Firouzja?
All right, that was that. Whoa.
Like, what's happening here? Oi, oi, oi.
Check this out. Knight c5, knight e3, bishop g5, queen c. This is very, very consequential. These are 2 of the ugliest looking e-pawns I've seen in a long while. Wow. E3 and
b5.
b5. Okay, I'm confused.
Honestly, I would look at a5 if anything.
Yeah, I understand b6 because you want to go queen b7 and you want to take the pawn on e4. I understand a5 because you kind of want to...
You want to play b6, queen b7 and don't want to deal with b4.
Precisely, but b5... Okay, Miro, rescue us.
Very
what's the
direct approach. I'm not sure if it's great.
The idea is this: queen b7.
Yes.
Take the pawn on e4.
Yes, that
win the game.
We good.
Win the game.
Yes.
Okay, but the problem is b4.
Right.
Well done. Well said. Well spotted.
b4 immediately isn't great
because of knight e6.
Knight a4.
Knight a4.
But he has already played castles. He has already played castles.
Castles on the board.
Yeah, castles on the board. Exclamation mark from the engine for the
Wow.
castles.
Okay.
And yeah, like, you know, your king is still in the center.
It is.
Well, with the b5 move, perhaps you shouldn't have done it. Now that I'm looking at it, because queen b7 definitely will be too slow. And now I even know why. Because bishop e5 takes on b5, and then the knight on c5 is hanging, the bishop's hanging, and when the queen takes on b5, white goes rook a to c1. It's a bit less exciting than I was thinking, because black probably doesn't lose.
Right.
Again, we can say a few words about bad bishop on g2, about bad structure, but again, black is nowhere near better.
Right.
And looks like what computer is doing, it tries to stabilize the position back, which bears the question, what was wrong with like starting with stabilizing the position? Queen e7 is the move, rook c8, yeah, so pretty much to fight against bishop takes e5 idea.
And what about closing the position?
b4, that's right? Is that the one?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, it is a possible move, yeah. There is no refutation to this one, yes. So visually, I love moves like b4, like so that this knight is like
super
forever
solid.
here.
Yeah.
He just, again, if I'm allowed, say, to play this few more moves, yeah, king e7 apparently blunders something, but just to highlight, yes, that if black builds up the position, he's winning strategically. So and b4, by the way.
b4
is
on
it?
board.
Is it on the board?
Yep.
Yep.
b5, b4.
So rook a to d1.
And
that's what computer
the
recommends.
engine's evaluation? Ooh,
slight
F6.
plus. Oh, rather, slight minus, slight plus for black, yeah.
Rook to f6. As
Rook
you
to
were
f6.
saying, you know, you don't want to see castles, king g7, f6. So rook f6 posting up right away. Clearly, rook f1 is on Alireza's agenda. It stops queen b7. That's another reason why
it targets the d pawn, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And if black is careless, so for instance goes queen e7.
Okay, give me the rook.
Yeah, okay, not in this particular position, but I'm thinking bishop takes. Okay, so let me just add a few moves. So
Sure.
castle, rook f1.
Okay, castles, rook f1. Yep.
And I'm just thinking after queen e7, you've got moves like bishop takes e5. No, it doesn't work. There's a queen takes e5. Anyway.
I understand what you were thinking, that there is a kind of a lateral tactic.
It's in the air.
Correct.
It doesn't work after queen e7.
Right. But I do think, by the way, castles, king g7, and queen e7 is the way to, I mean, at first blush, you know, you're worried that this bishop will be unleashed. But it's going to be very
Queen
hard.
e7 immediately is not
and
a
we
great
do have
idea.
castles. We do have.
Oh wait, there's queen d2 double attack. Your favorite thing.
Yes. b4
and b6.
I'd be very happy if you rid me of this e4 pawn, like knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, because at the end of the day, I'll have bishops of opposite colors, and this knight on c5. Is really a monstrous piece. Castles. Bad timing.
Bad timing indeed. After rook f6, so computer was saying a few words about rook d8, but there is also like an attempt. What happens if I just go knight d7, get rid of this rook?
Yep.
Which, well, no tactics to be seen yet.
No.
And then, like you can castle, you can then go a5 maybe?
Yeah, I was thinking, why not just start with a5, actually, Miro? Just
could be this.
a5.
A5, one of the moves for sure.
Queen d2 on the board.
Queen d2 on the board, and rook a d8 played fast.
Queen takes b4 played faster.
He needs to take one of the two for sure.
Quickly.
He needs to take one of the two.
Well, he has to. He doesn't have that much time on his clock. 7 minutes and 34 seconds.
He played queen d2 with purpose, taking the pawn on b4.
And let's see where they are in the standings. And there you can see they are completely even. They are tied for third with 6 points.
Out of a potential 10. 10 would be the maximum because of the 2-point scoring system. So they are on a plus score with 6 out of 10. It's tied with Jan. And both players hoping for a victory to join Fabi and Wesley. So queen takes b4, and Miro, just give us some insights how the engine evaluates the current situation.
Maxime's game, that is,
yes,
right?
Please.
The most confusing valuation, which is like zeros in every single line. Bishop e4 is the best, but I still don't see why is it equal? Yeah, because queen d2, bishop d3, yeah. So computers very often, if it doesn't know what to do, it's just some silly repetition, which will never happen, I guess. Like, I can see bishop to d3 and back to e4,
right?
But why on earth white's limited to rook f1 is beyond me.
Yeah.
He probably, well, and in fact he might be. Now that I'm looking what the engine has to say. Well, I have a theory on this one. So bishop g2, knight e4 is, of course, the idea. And yeah, it was given like a move like b4 as the second best line. And yeah, and white just captures back on c5, attacks the queen. And bishop a8, queen b7 is the battery that black is looking to build.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Queen b4 is correct.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to keep an eye on that one. I want to go back
to the Jan Nepomniachtchi against Gukesh, because look at this one. It's razor sharp.
It's gone in a completely crazy variation. So we left it in these parts after knight g5, and the engine was pounding the drum for e5, right? Mm-hmm. And we saw bishop takes, knight takes. Again, big threat, a3, trap knight, do something about it. Queen f6. Wow. Bishop, just such a simple move. I was counting on bishop e5, but there we go.
That's how the rooks got traded off. Because I was thinking, how on earth?
If I may, I mean, just not on your board, yes. If you could show, because I have a theory that was, I think Nepo confused his preparation. D3, all that, all that. Queen goes bishop D3. So now the engine had queen B3, knight C2, rook E5, white winning.
White wins.
He might have just simply kind of confused his preparation.
Queen b3,
and then rook e5.
c2, rook e5.
Rook e5, white
with
is like lost a lot. Yeah,
with
you
the
have to go e6.
Rook c5.
You have to go e6, and then rook goes to d1. And I presume that could have been preparation simply. And bishop h4 is another one. So white was winning. So he might have confused. He went rook e1, rook e5, pardon, and then black has knight c6. Right?
When he could have played queen to b3, which would have...
b3 and then... So this one, computer had, after knight e5, is slightly better for black. And f6, in fact, is one of the possible moves.
Failure in the prep.
Yes.
Well, that's the theory of mine.
I think it's a very, very sound theory, it looks to me.
Just wanted to update you that there's been a result. Vidit and Anish, their game ended in a draw. I don't know if we want to just see how that quickly finished.
When we saw it, we just thought it was a very solid.
Very solid Catalan.
And the players did discover a repetition, not a 10-move repetition, which we saw earlier, but a 3-move repetition.
But these two have worked together in the past. In fact,
that is a good point.
The very first debut that Vidit made was back in 2016 as Anish's second in the Grand Chess Tour.
And we saw a photo of them on our social media. Just going to the Alireza game, that we did see the bishop takes e4, but that was followed up by a6, a5, and this bishop on b2 has popped out on a3, just kind of menacing bishop takes and bishop takes d6 because the bishop on e4 is hanging. If black is forced to capture, well, then I can imagine after queen takes e4, Alireza has reasons to be somewhat optimistic about what could happen. We'll keep an eye on this game, and let's go
to the game between Levon Aronian against Ivan Saric.
Guess what? We do have that bishop e5 variation.
Yep.
Remember when the rook had gone to
B8.
Yes.
Rook A8, yeah, bishop comes out to...
Oh, what a sequence
the
there.
bishop and the knight
It was
just
bouncing
kept,
all over the place. And we've caught up. Is that an A6 pawn? My spidey sense is tingling.
Okay, take it.
Take it.
No hesitation here in the studio.
Exactly. It's Ivan's pawn. Now he's got to prove compensation. I don't know. I don't think he can, but I can imagine after C4 he's going to try. I don't know. It looks like a safe extra pawn for white.
Yeah, it looks very pleasant for Levon indeed.
Sorry, I got to go to Fabi and Wesley just because once again these two are on the top of the table, if you will. And I'm looking, but there's a knight on D3. Check that out. I mean, you were mentioning there was a way of going knight B5, and I didn't even really consider it. Pardon me, Wesley. Fabi liked putting his knight on B5. Okay, just a second. This looks awfully tricky and trappy. I've got ideas of rook takes and bishop H3.
That's why it moved. So knight came back.
So once again, I've got ideas of knight takes D5.
The bishop on G4 is loose, so that's again why it moved backwards. But this has been given a question mark on my screen.
Which one?
This knight D4.
Really?
And the evaluation bar is in black's favor. So that indicates to me that there's a tactical opportunity.
Let's have a look-see. B5 doesn't look awfully tempting. If anything, wow, I don't know if there's a tactical opportunity or not. I was thinking of H5, H4, but Miro, jump in on this one.
And let's take a look at where these two are. The standings now go to the very top because there you can see them both. Fabiano Caruana is there with 8 points out of possible 10. Wesley so 1 point behind him. And I'm sure lots and lots of leaderboards have looked like this before in the past. And they've played each other so many times.
Exactly. They know the measure of one another very, very well. And as we've mentioned, and we'll mention it again and again, the player who leads the event after the Rapids is often the winner of the whole Rapids and Blitz event. So this, if Fabi were to win the game, let's just leave it at that, he'd have a gap of 3 points going into tomorrow and potentially into the Blitz. Conversely, Wesley wins, we know he plays his brand of chess so solid. He'd be a good front runner. The knight on D3, I despise this bishop on C1. If anybody should get fired, that bishop on C1.
It's a great defender, yes. Defending B2 and B2.
You got it right, guys.
Don't knock it.
Great defender. That's going to go into a book, win through defense.
And that's pretty much why knight D4 is awarded a question mark. It's not because it blunders something, but there was a way to get rid of this silly D3 knight, which would be go into D1 and then either play knight E1 or bishop F1. And after knight D4, apparently it's too late because the set of moves which leads to black's advantage is a bit confusing because when I tell you H5 is the good move, you nod in understanding and you say, yeah, you open the file. But if I also tell you that A6 is also a good move, or A5 is a good move, then you understand perhaps black's position is just better because you can literally play anything
on any side of the game.
A6 is understandable.
A6 is
because
in
covers
order to play
the
B5 yourself,
but it also covers the B5 squares, dominates the knight on C3.
Right.
Okay.
A5 is also understandable if you'd argue because that will secures the B4 for yourself. A6 takes away knight square from the opponent. So, anyway, So knight d4 is just like move in the wrong direction in the position which was already not that favorable for white. That's pretty much it.
By the way, a5 indeed played. I did not like a5 at all.
Yep.
I nodded when you said that, but I thought, why are you giving the b5 square?
Because
a6 was the best.
Big deal. You got the b5 square, but if you plan a knight on b5, it doesn't really do anything on b5. There's no knight c7.
It's a good defender.
It's a good defender.
Of the knight on c3.
Imagine we would play a6, b5, b4. And then this bishop never comes to life. The one from c1.
No, this bishop on c1 looks really, really awful. I thought the idea that it might be behind a5 is a little bit more pedantic. Like, I'll put my bishop on b4. And
bishop f3 played.
Yeah, the bishop.
Big idea of bishop e2. Boot that knight out.
Certainly understandable. That knight on d3 is simply horrific, which again begs the question, why didn't you play h5 so you could play h4 now? It would be amazing. Advantage Wesley? Yeah. Pretty simple.
Until the bishop on c1 gets a life.
Right, and where would you like to take this?
Again, back to the Nepomniachtchi game against Gukesh.
That's
so sharp.
We think it was a great preparation by Jan, just simply great. But then he executed it wrongly. He played the move rook e5 when he needed to play queen b3 as the intermediary.
Makes sense to me. Intermediary, yeah.
Thank you. I just can't pronounce it. It's Zwischenzug. Zwischenzug. There we go. F2, F3. By the way, it's an extra pawn. It's an extra pawn for Gukesh.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, like, Gukesh has had some difficulties with his clock. Did he have it in the first day as well? I mean...
Yes. He was in trouble on time in this game against Wesley. He had to defend a very difficult position with just seconds left.
He's down almost 2-1, but his last move, queen c6, he's prepping devastation. He's prepping to play knight e6, rook to d8. He's a pawn to the good, and at the same time, his positional grip, the d4 square, split pawns. Jan's got to come up with something really immediate.
Well, he already came up with a nonsense move rook e5, I'm sorry. But
he blundered badly.
I can't see a single factor in the position which is in white's favor.
Exactly.
Yeah, like the structure's bad, but also we're down a pawn. Yeah.
Well, hang on a second. The structure is bad, but it's opposite side castling. Black's king not safe. And one fine day, if white manages to get a knight onto d5, then you're laughing, right?
No. I mean, if you do get the knight on d5, I'm with you. I mean, I see compensation. I will never let you get to d5. I will take that.
Gukesh agrees with you, and yeah, sure enough, the knight has been swapped.
I will take that with both hands. Furthermore, I'd like to take another set of pieces off the board. Can we agree to a trading of the rooks?
Yep. Rook d8.
Rook d8 instantly.
Dream scenario for black.
I agree. I'm just trying to be an optimist.
No, you were absolutely right. In fact, if black was not to take on b4, white would simply be better with the knight on d5 despite the extra pawn for black.
Now, recognizing that he cannot afford the trade of rooks, Jan has just played the move rook b1, and again, he's going to be fishing for tricks. What I do in these positions is very clear. I go, the only thing white has going for him is potentially vulnerable black king. I go rook d7 so I can make a king march to the queen, from the queen side to the king side. Let me go where my pawn shield will be protecting me. I would play rook d7 and king across the board and say, look, I'm playing on the light squares, you're playing on the dark squares. Let's be friends for 10 moves before I decide to win the game.
Rook d7 was played.
Yeah, but then the question is, will he follow it up with the king walk?
We will see. And also, Nepomniachtchi's king is not very safe either. So I think I would, if I were playing him, I would be going h3 or something. Okay, we see a move, bishop b6.
I think the move bishop b6 was specifically aimed
to stop the king from running away.
Yeah, I do.
That didn't concern me that much. Because I was thinking if you went a move like h3, h4,
yeah,
then you could go queen a3 if the king put its boots on.
Okay. By the way, we did see the move queen d6. Again, any trade of the major pieces, any queen trade or rook trade just gets Gukesh to a desired winning endgame where he's going to be a pawn to the good. And queen to b3, I think that was a very good move, unless knight c5. There's some queen d4 checks ideas. Wait a minute, there's also queen d2 and knight f4. I'm beginning to get nervous for Jan now. I mean, this is...
queen d6,
queen d3, brilliant.
d3.
Okay, by the way, queen b4 instantly.
But there's no threat.
Queen d2?
Yeah, now you go queen d2.
And then we're threatening knight f4, kind of cooking with gas suddenly. That's a checkmating attack. Queen to d2.
And can you go queen e2? I want it all.
Also, by the way, I think
Yes,
that's a
can.
very powerful move. I like queen e2 because...
Queen d2?
Yep. But queen e2 had dual threats, rook d2 and rook d1. I think Gukesh...
Okay, a very quick queen b3.
Right? I mean, knight d4,
Knight
f4.
It's a
Aren't we?
lovely way black is winning. So
Okay.
it's knight f4.
That threatens mate on g2.
Knight f4. Bishop
Bishop
f2 is
f2.
the only move.
Only move.
Then you go knight d3.
And this would be Gukesh's second win of the day if
And
he
he
finds
bishop
it.
goes.
Yes.
Knight e.
He's done it.
Knight to
f4.
c1 resigns.
Oh, nasty. Threat of queen e1 mate, as well as give me your queen.
Everything.
And he's laid the table for knight e2 check.
Knight e2 check, not as precise. Black is still better, might win, but not as precise as knight d3.
Knight d3 looked so inviting. I mean, it comes with the tempo against the bishop. And but knight e2. Okay, let's imagine what Gukesh is thinking. If you go king h1, I'm guessing knight c1 is
And where's
lights
the
out.
defense in this?
Queen to b6.
Oh,
and the
defending
difference
bishop.
is that you can block on g1, I'm guessing.
Oh, wow. So that check actually benefited white.
Knight e2 check forced the king to h1, where it was useful. Oh my goodness.
So knight d3 would attack the bishop, not the queen, not the king. Right. So
Right.
you'd have to move the bishop, and the king remains on g1, and therefore it's a kind of the back rank threats are deadly.
Yeah, no, knight d3. He had laid the table beautifully for a victory. King h1 on the board. Knight e2 check, king h1 on the board. Sorry. Yes. This is one where you keep looking and looking and looking, almost in disbelief that, you know, like, why aren't I checkmating?
Well, you do have knight c3.
A quick question for you. Oh, knight f4, you have queen b6. I was trying to repeat the line where you put your king on g1 and let me put my knight on d3. But knight, sorry, Jovi, I interrupted
Knight
you.
c3.
Knight to c3. So that's a double hit. That's a double hit. I guess I have rook f1. We think Gukesh is much for choice. Clock's going to be a key factor in this one. Where would you like to take us, Jovi?
Let's pop into the game between Alireza and Maxime, because I'm looking at the evaluation bar and it's telling me white is much, much, much better.
When we left it, he had just, there was a trade on G2. And he gave up the queen for 2 rooks. Ooh.
Hang on a second. Some pawns were won, yeah. And here it's all to do with king safety and coordination. You cannot grab the pawn on c5 because of queen to d4 check.
And a3, b4, and push him, baby.
Right. How do you coordinate the rook? So
exactly. If I get a position where, for example, I put my pawn on c7, I go c6, c7, and you bring your rook back, then you're lost because then you're just too passive. So if Alireza could play in one gulp the move c7, it resigns because a3, b4 goes. So rook back and...
Well, he can get pretty far, right? Because queen to d4 check.
So let's have a look. Queen to d4 check.
Put it somewhere, yeah. And then now...
c6? Or
I
a3?
kind of want a3.
I do too. And he's done our queen d4 check, but I really do like whenever you have pass pawns, it's like pawns together stronger. You know, keep them abreast of one another. Don't push one too haphazardly up the board. Queen d4 check, king g8 by MVL. This looks really, really good for Alireza. How does the engine evaluate it?
Well, it loves the queen. In these positions, it says like +2, +2.5. My only worry is that we are all including the engine. We overestimating how winning the position is because we do not take into account the factor that 4 versus 3 with the rook versus queen might be a draw in many cases. So there is one pattern that black can play into. It's like, these correct passed pawns are very dangerous, so let's somehow, I don't know how, sacrifice the rook, get rid of the queen side, and then I presume something like getting the rook on e6, maybe pawn on g5, something along those lines could be a potential fortress. And a3, by the way, was a mistake.
Was a mistake?
The machine, because now he lets rook d8, rook d2 check, and all of a sudden black has some very serious counterplay.
Rook d8, rook d2 check.
Yeah, I don't know. King e1, that's what you have to do. Rook goes to d8.
Yeah.
And you would so much like to move the rook on the second rank, but queen a4 is a sneaky little move. Yes, so rook d8, queen takes a5.
Yes.
And now black is kind of beyond any hopes, like of fortress or saying. But apparently, it's not very easy to, to make progress here.
Wow.
It's not very easy to make progress because computer keeps telling like +1. The pawns that I'm looking through the lines, the pawns are not moving forward. Nothing happens. There is no perpetual, but there is also no win for white.
And you can't go queen b4.
Yeah, like you do go queen b4 and then rook c1 and you take on e4.
By the way, king g3 was the
king
choice.
King g3. Let's
king e1.
It's a red move. It is a red move. Red move meaning a mistake.
Move?
Yeah, rook e6. So the difference is that only one rook is hanging, and therefore, the rook on e8 is hanging. The other one is not attacked, and therefore you can go rook e6.
With the dream of rook f6 and rook f3, and suddenly whose king is getting mated?
Right.
There are questions.
There are questions.
Also questions in terms of the clock as well, because Alireza, he's under the minute.
Whoa. This is getting... Okay, good news for Alireza's fans. I take the pawn on a5. I've got queen a8 check and queen takes e4 against a rook f6. So first of all, I take a pawn. I'm guessing you're playing rook to d3?
Or e2.
Or e2, one of the two. Yeah, rook to d3, rook e. Well, if you play rook e2, aren't you allowing me queen c3? Defending the pawn?
Yeah, right, you are. Rook d3 is the best move.
Right. And now I'm really having a hard time here. I wanted to play c6.
And what's stopping you from just going king back to f2?
Rook e6, by the way, on the board. King back to f2. Rook takes b3. It's not that I was being stopped, but rook takes b3. Rook. I'm getting a little nervous. My king is not.
Rightfully so. No, but seriously, like 3 moves ago, we had a position where both black rooks were tied down to the 8th rank,
and I was.
And we were discussing how lovely the connected passed pawns are.
Right, and suddenly it's not so lovely, and our king is in.
And well, there you see on the clock, 16 seconds for Alireza.
Just speaking about Gukesh's time troubles, Alireza has also been losing 6 seconds. And
Queen c4.
Well, you see there, he has definitely was very nervous. He was ready to play queen takes a5 and literally last second.
Right, in a split second, he changed
his
it
mind
and played queen c5.
I remember Hans Niemann doing that in a split second. He was just about to make a move when he realized there was a sacrifice, and he, hands in the air, he made an abrupt change. Queen c4, jump in, Miro.
Well, it's a clever move, by the way.
Was it?
It is a clever move because apparently black has the way to make a draw, but it would be rook f6, queen e4, and back to e6, which isn't an easy sequence to play.
Exactly.
So, yeah, so the line would go rook to f6, and maybe let's see it on your board. So rook to f6,
queen takes
it's
e4.
Me. Yeah, rook f6, queen takes e4, because otherwise, black
rook
actually
f3.
wins rook f3, I'm sorry. Yeah, so queen e4, and then apparently you go back. And this one is something you do not want. Yeah, something sensitive. So now check here e4. So at least to keep one rook at bay. And and check king f2. I mean, I don't know, the sequence goes on, and apparently somewhere here we eventually have a perpetual check.
Gotcha.
One of the things to mention that even if black takes on b3, the c-pawn is no longer promoting, he can always go back to perpetual checks, right?
Well, he's found
5 seconds.
No,
Ooh, he went rook to c6, inviting b4.
Yeah. And well, he's gone g5, and Alireza 17 seconds.
Whoa. He's just invited b5.
He wants to go rook f6.
And then
rook
he loses,
f2.
He loses the e4 pawn.
Queen e4, yeah. Now white is winning, according to the machine at least.
Well, I mean, we've got 2 connected passed pawns in the. Why didn't he start with b5 though? b5,
g5,
g5,
b5,
b5 instead of queen e4. b5,
queen check,
queen check, and he's looking to play king f3. King f3. Looking to play king f3 and kind of a little run around. No, then you've got rook d3. Something strange is going on. I don't.
Okay, well, you have to protect on e3.
Queen
Otherwise,
f3.
Queen f3, isn't there rook d3?
I've got f7.
Queen a3.
Queen a3.
Fantastic.
Controlling.
Queen a3. So
and then you're going to get ready to meet rook e2 with king f3.
Not to
also
mention
queen d3 check.
Yes, but you're right. In any case, I do have. And now the rooks are not coordinating. Rook to f6. Queen c3? What the heck?
Queen c3 is weird.
What the heck?
But you got rook f2.
Well, I thought he was going to put his queen on a8. So, for example, rook f3, b5.
b5 was a very strong move.
Rook f2, queen a8.
He also
f3.
had a check.
Well, there you see queen c3. The rooks have doubled up on the second row.
Oh,
How do you prevent?
Why did he put his...
Wait a second.
And he's going to run with his king to e4.
To e4, yeah.
Yeah, so it's time to push c6.
He's just got 7 seconds.
c6.
And centralizes the queen.
What? I'm having a very, very hard time
You know, he's
following
trying to
the
just
play.
go queen to e4.
Oh
he
my
doesn't
gosh.
have too much time, so it's just instincts and trying to cover all the threats.
Well, imagining for a moment that the white queen was on c4 a moment ago, he's trying desperately to get his queen back to e4. He could have planted the flag in the middle of the board. How is he doing, Miro? I mean,
all good.
It's all good.
All good. Moreover, a move like queen e5 is the best move in the position.
Just
queen a3 was the
centralizing.
best move in the position.
And just to keep you updated on another result, Levon Aronian has beaten Ivan Saric. So that was a bad day for the local hero.
Exactly. Update us, if you don't mind, with the game between Fabi and Wesley. Are they still at play? Because when we left it, we liked Wesley.
Still in play. I would say that Fabiano is a touch worse.
Touch worse.
But Jan Nepomniachtchi in huge trouble against Gukesh.
And as we were watching this game unfold, I think we can safely say for the moment that we like Alireza. It's position, it's all about the clock. And the passed pawns are marching. I mean, that's it. MVL is banking on some kinds of attacks on the king, and it wouldn't surprise me if you go all in with some kinds of lines with f5 and h5, h4, you know, trying to snare the king
as soon as possible, because otherwise you're just lost.
Exactly.
And when your opponent only has 13 seconds, you have
Here
some
we
chances.
go.
F6.
He's going
10
for
seconds.
queen e4 check. Queen e4 check, king, and we push a pawn. c6 or b5, one of them. Because the good news for Alireza is he's got g2 protected. h4, wow, h4.
Well, he wants to go h5.
I mean, the ability to resist pushing one of these pawns on the queen side is
it's crazy.
Incredible.
H4, best move according to our engine.
Silicon Firen, yeah, wow. And I think you're absolutely right, by the way, Jovi. I think his intention is to go h5 and show up on the doorstep, queen g6.
Yep. And a very nice move, also creating space for the king on h3. And once you've resolved all those potential threats, then those pawns on the queen side can be pushed.
I can't resist the temptation. Must push my queen side.
And again, to update you, Gukesh has won with the black pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
I think Jan is going to be absolutely furious with himself when he gets back to his hotel room and realizes that his preparation was awesome.
But what a day for Gukesh, if you think of it.
Vidit?
2.5 out of 3. Or
Jan,
the 5 out of 6, and win against MWL. So in both MWL and Nepo games, he was like on the verge
of loss.
Of loss, yeah.
And he comes back to win them both. Sometimes you just need to be lucky, Jovi. There's no other ifs, ands, or buts about it. But if you are lucky, you get first prize and $100,000. Thank you for playing.
And we do see that there's been a trade.
Rook h2 check,
the
king
king
g3.
moves back, and now h5. Well, you might as well, right?
Okay.
h4 is
taking that just to avoid.
I would also take that, but you got 18 seconds left to make that decision.
Whatever you do it quickly.
He doesn't.
He took it. Rook takes h5, and I think it's time. c6 has come at the time for c6.
It's nice to also give some checks to
What,
the
to
king.
gain some time? c6. The reason
Rook
why
e5.
the reason I liked c6 was.
Do we like c6?
I did. I was covering c2.
Queen f4 is the only move. Otherwise, not winning
He
anymore.
hesitated and he
found
played
it.
f4 was the only move otherwise not winning. But now rook c2.
And by the way, we might be seeing just a turnaround in the standings because Fabiano Caruana is in big trouble against Wesley So.
Whoa. Not so clear suddenly. King f3, rook
Equal.
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh, and then you can see Alireza shaking his head.
As he's realizing
One
that
of his
king
biggest
f8
assets.
King f8, that's it.
Is he's not picking up the rook. And Alireza was realizing for the first time that he thought, I think he felt that he was picking up a rook, but no longer. Now it's just an easy draw.
With himself.
You have a fortress for sure because the b pawn.
There you can see the frustration.
You don't even need a
Alireza
fortress.
is so close to winning that game. And one
Certainly.
slip up.
Rook to e6. We expect this now to go to a draw. I'm going to go to Wesley and Fabi, if you don't mind me. Number 1 and number 2. They're playing, and you're telling me that Wesley is for choice, and you're right.
It's all to do with his terrible bishop that's there on f2 and knight to c2.
Thank goodness it's not on c1, though. I mean,
Oh,
there's
sorry,
good
did I
news
say-
in that.
did I say C2?
No, you said, you meant f2, but
Yes.
but it's a good thing it's not on c1, where it would have been
C2
internally
taken.
trapped.
And there you can
They've
see
made a draw.
a draw.
And a very happy MVL, as he knows he got away when he was busted.
And this is the last game of the day.
For
first place.
Yes. And again, Wesley is nicely going after this pawn. So is it time to play rook f5? He's done it. Okay.
And if Wesley wins, he will overtake Fabiano Caruana and be the sole leader.
And if my tournament choice were to win,
well, then he would be still there
As a
at the
sole
top
leader.
as a sole leader, but he
Okay,
would have
just
pulled away from
checking.
the pack.
just wanted to check, just wanted to make sure I got my maths right.
But that would be...
Knight g8. It's a funny move.
Knight to g8, rook to g3 instantly. By the way, what are the clock times?
Well, you see Wesley's around 15 seconds, whereas Fabiano there with 1 minute and 16 seconds.
Knight
And-
h6. I'm thinking, I hate white's position, please understand. But if my bishop were somehow more active, where could I put my
Well,
bishop?
if you move the bishop,
Yes.
the rook will swing over to h2.
And then you'll
park
target
itself up to h4.
my
G
bishop
pawn
stuck.
falls.
My bishop's stuck. My rook is stuck. Hence, we saw the move king f1.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is it time to create a passer with f5?
Wow. And then you're completely trying to lock out the rook.
And the
Well,
bishop.
yeah, and the bishop.
Knight on f5. Imagine the
And
knight on
F5.
f5.
Wesley, the man for the job. He just played a very powerful move, f5. Fabi in great troubles now. I think that was a really a good decision.
Actually, how many squares does that
It's
rook have?
not many. I'm thinking rook h3, g4, rook g8, dreaming of g3, rook g8,
check.
and hoping I'll be somehow managing to
Problem
make a
is
draw.
that the black king can just simply shuffle up the board.
Funny you should mention that. That was my great
And
worry.
I'm afraid the line we are hoping for is lost at the very end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even. Yeah, even.
Okay, the only hope that I see is that the bishop will give itself up for 2 pawns.
Yeah, if we could manage
Like,
that,
if,
that
if
would be a dream.
somehow the rook could go to h8 and then eyeball up the d pawn and rook d2.
It's time for the harvest, right? Rook to d2, rook takes
He
d3.
throws in a check.
He's gone with a check. That's a bit surprising.
For sure. I don't think it actually
Does it
changes
changes
anything.
everything? Rook
because
A2?
after rook a2 check, you're probably coming back to f1. It's just kind of like gaining some time on the clock.
Rook d2.
Rook to d2. You also mentioned the king shuffle, right?
Yeah, now it's coming up.
King. Whoa. Yeah, king g4. I can play king g4. King g4 with the intention of king f3.
Okay.
Still,
there's nothing to be done, so you just have to go rook h8 in your position.
Right.
And meet king f3 with a rook check on h3.
Indeed.
It's not pretty.
It's not pretty,
but
no. Knight h4. Okay, did he just forget about rook to d2? Because capturing that d3 pawn is actually kind of a key to getting into white's camp. Okay, king g4.
And it comes.
I'm going to take it all back if I can get my knight to f3. What is the eval, Miro, on this one?
What would you think?
A huge
Black's
advantage.
winning.
Black's winning.
Okay.
Yes,
not perhaps the most convincing way, but Black's winning.
Okay.
He's still got it.
Is there moves like rook e3?
Rook e3.
I'm just dying to put the rook on e5.
Agreed.
And there you see Fabiano play it.
I'm probably going to go knight to g6 to f4. And he's got to... I thought he was going to play rook check, king e2, knight to g6. And here we go. He's done it.
g6.
Right, he's done it. One of the hardest things in chess is to win a winning position.
And I heard a sound from Miro.
There was a sound, yeah.
Which was skeptical.
Computer is very unhappy. However, well, the evaluation is still in Black's favor and so on, but apparently there was something
more convincing.
Something more to computer's liking.
Exactly. Maybe knight to knight g2, rook g3. Sorry, blindness on my part.
That's what computer says right now. That white goes rook g3 check, king moves, and back to e3.
Gotcha.
Rook g3, king f5, back to e3.
Not easy to play
18
just passively.
seconds.
Not easy to play so passively. Bishop to g3.
Yeah.
Well, it's a nice try.
Okay.
It is.
We have rook check. And, well, we also have, rook g1, king f2, apologies.
Can you also throw in knight f4?
I don't want to go into rook endings. I'm a little bit nervous about them. I'd start with rook check and ask the king where it wants to go. If I go rook a2 check, if you go to, yes, here we go.
Okay, here we go.
If you go to f1, I'll go rook to d2. Rook to d2. Just to tickle this pawn on d3. Rook to d4. Rook to a4. Bishop to e5.
Oh, no.
Wesley has a...
He's done something very strange, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he wants to put his knight on f5. I'm not quite sure what he has in mind.
Well, the king's been checked away.
I mean, he's kind of playing with the position. I mean, he's got all the time in the world to do what he's doing, but is he making progress, Jovi?
No, I was going to say, the position is lost for Fabiano, but at least he's gotten his bishop to e5. It was on f2 before.
It's a progress, yeah. So the knight swings around. Rook to e3. Wow. Not exactly sure what Wesley is doing here. This one is not. This is not. Unless he's winning the rook ending with knight f4. I thought his intention was to play g4, followed by knight h4.
Knight on f4.
He did play knight f4.
I thought that had to be tried at some stage because white did have a very nice blockade going on.
Truly, yeah. And I believe his idea is bishop takes f4, king takes f4, and then the pawns are picked off.
Yeah.
So king to g1.
King g1.
Now we've got time to
very strange.
To do some checking.
Please get some time on the clock. Wesley down to 23 seconds.
By the way, G4 followed by
played.
G3.
G4 question mark.
Question mark.
I think, yeah.
G4 question mark. King F1.
King F1, yeah. Keep waiting.
Check. And another check. So 2 checks.
Whoa.
But why not?
He had to go King G1 apparently, and now some Knight G2 move is winning once again. I blindly trust the machine. I have no idea if it's true.
I believe that this was Wesley's intention all along, was to get his knight to G2 to H4 and finally the gorgeous square F3. Time is a factor, right, Jovi?
Yep, just 15 seconds. It's
Knight
ticking
G2.
down to 12 seconds.
Knight G2 is a winner.
He throws in a check.
Knight H.
Now King G3, run away with the king, and computer shows
hide
equal.
on H4.
Oh.
Just go King G3.
I don't think that's equal. I can't imagine
Okay,
it
King
being,
G2.
being equal.
Still okay. The trick is that the desirable knight on F3 doesn't do anything.
Well,
it's hard to realize, but it doesn't do anything. Like the moment knight's on F3
Just
and
10
computer
seconds
gets,
for
No,
Wesley.
it's gone wrong.
And now he puts his knight on G5.
Bishop G3.
Okay, now you can go Rook H2.
Sorry?
Put your Rook on H2. A2.
Check. Rook A2 check, yes.
Okay, gives a check.
He's done it. King F1.
Yeah.
Knight
Staying
F3.
Knight F3, which was his intention all along.
And then Rook goes to E8.
Which has happened. Rook to D2? No.
And you have a fantastic perpetual check with your knight on F3, but not more than that.
I don't want perpetual check. Why would I want perpetual check?
Neither way. I don't think Wesley wants perpetual.
I thought he was going to go Rook to D2 and to...
Okay,
Well,
throw in a check just to drive the white king backwards, and then you can go Rook A4 attacking the pawn.
but why
Still
am I
not
drawing...
easy. 10 seconds for Wesley. He attacks the pawn directly.
I think he's letting it slip away. If he hasn't let it slip away already. Rook to D8.
But
Rook
also
to-
checks. Also checks. Like the king on F5. Where you just give check, 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 and attack the G4 pawn in the right moment.
I thought Rook D8.
Both.
Rook D8, Rook takes D4, King E3. And black is stuck. All of his pieces are suddenly stuck. Ooh. Fabi. A couple of players dodged bullets in this round. MVL against Firouzja. I think Fabi, if he saves this, will thank his lucky stars. This is not an easy save. Rook check he went for. Not sure.
Rook F4.
Rook F4, Rook takes D4. It's still a pawn. That was why I thought
okay.
Rook D8, Rook.
And now Fabi is down to 13
Now
seconds.
he's the
He
one.
throws in a check on E8.
Exactly. Now he's down.
Now
King
king
to
to
D7.
D7.
So there goes the pawn. I mean, very good chances of a draw with Bishop F4, right? You desperately want to play Rook takes G4. So Bishop F4 indeed on the board. That might just do it. That looks like Fabi has somehow saved his bacon. Wesley will be furious with himself. He'll definitely have felt like he let one go. Rook takes G4, and that's it. That's just.
Yeah.
I mean, I just give up the bishop for a pawn whenever I need to.
Knight E6.
Rook to h4.
There you see it.
Threatening rook check and getting out of the pin. A very, very narrow escape. I think players will be being very upset.
Here you see a trade and the players. Wesley
is making
resigned
a draw.
to that draw.
Yeah,
so that means that for Fabiano, he retains his lead. And you can see
just shaking his head like,
from both of those players.
Wow.
They can't quite believe what just happened.
No, I mean, Wesley is not somebody who would let his prey escape. That was a very, very narrow escape. And how many? What happened? That was really, really strange. The results. How many wins?
Well, we
did
had
have?
2 decisive games. Gukesh beat Nepomniachtchi and Levon Aronian beat Saric. But before we get into the results, let's go to Zagreb, where we have Cristian with a very special guest.
Gukesh, wild day at the office for you. It started off with a scare in your game against MVL, but it all ended up in quite a good fashion for you.
Yeah.
It all started with this moment. He played this move, rook to h1. In fact, you are defending with your last few seconds in this game. He had 3 minutes on the clock. What was your reaction when you saw this move?
Yeah, I mean, this game was so horrible. I had like, soon after the opening, I had like 30 seconds versus 15 minutes with a lost possession.
Yes.
So I was just so happy to get to this position, and after I saw rook h1, I was just thinking if I'm blundering my queen, but no.
You don't even have time to think at that point. You just have to play it and hope for the best, which is mate in 4. We saw a side of relief. Obviously, you probably weren't very happy with your first day, -1. But now back into the tournament, 50%. How are you feeling confidence-wise at that point? After
this was a huge boost. I mean, if I had lost this and gone to +2, I mean, -2, it would have been horrible, but especially with the game that I played. But yeah, sometimes you need these moments of luck to study the
Absolutely. And then I have to ask you about that second game against Vidit, your compatriot. And there was a very funny moment towards the end where you guys repeated maybe 20 times the position. I don't know, I didn't count.
I guess we both didn't want to draw, and we were just hoping that something would happen. But
were you hoping that he's going to continue playing?
Yeah, I didn't want to claim the draw because, I mean, if he gets excited at some point, I can still win the games.
And you had more time on the clock.
Yeah, I thought the rule was if the position is repeated 5 times, the arbiter immediately stops the clock.
Normally the arbiter should stop it, yes.
So the arbiter was not coming, so I just thought, let me have this chance.
An interesting situation in that one. Now let's talk about your final game against Jan, because I have to say that was a very good game by you. Did you have a chance to look at it? Tell us a bit about the story of this game from your perspective.
Yeah, so I was prepared until I mean, I didn't know knight g5. And apparently it's like, I mean, he played it quickly, so I guess he knew it. And yeah, I was just worried about solving the problem on the board, but yeah, I think I was quite disciplined and spent a lot of time and came up with a decent solution.
When did you feel you're starting to perhaps put pressure?
I was already happy to see rook e5 because I thought after knight c6 I'm quite safe, but yeah, I basically saw this queen sack with this, and I thought this should be quite safe. But yeah, once he played rook d5, I mean, I saw after queen b2, I knew that he had messed up, and I had very good chances.
What do you think he missed?
I think he just missed queen b2.
Queen takes b2,
because he didn't look surprised with queen b2. So
just a blind spot, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean I don't know what exactly he missed, but okay. Soon after this, I just get everything, and the computer doesn't think it was so bad. But I thought, okay, it must be winning. But I was low on time, so I just wanted to be careful. And I think. Okay, I had, except for the moment where I had where I pressed the clock on 1 second, I think I was doing pretty decently. Yeah, once I got the king here, it's easy.
Do you get any feelings of panic when you see 1 second on the clock? Do you try to make more moves to gain some time after that? What's your reaction whenever you get down to that last second?
Like when you have 1 second, you usually feel the panic after you play the move, right?
And then you want to play more moves to gain some time, or?
Yeah, I mean, after I saw I had 1 second, I was like, okay, now I have to just make any move in the position, just to not lose on time.
Yes.
But okay, after king goes to the king side, it should be easy.
You're not far behind from the leader, Fabiano Caruana, right now. How are you feeling about your chances going into the last day, 3 rounds of rapid left?
Yeah, I'm happy to be in this situation. I mean, today could have gone... I mean, if I had won the second game, it could have gone better, but it could also have gone very bad if I had lost the first game. So I'm happy to be in this situation, and yeah, hope to play some good games tomorrow.
Well, definitely good games, fun, exciting games today for sure. We'll see you tomorrow, Gukesh.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much. And a successful day for Gukesh.
He jumped on the trampoline there.
He now finds himself class 1.
Boing! And big bounce. And let's see what our day looked like.
Yes. And as we saw, Fabiano's draw means that he is still at the top alone with 9 points. Wesley So is there 1 point behind him with 8 points. But Gukesh, he did in fact bounce up the standings. He's on 7 points alongside Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza. Firouzja, who'll be kicking himself a little bit after missing a win against his compatriot. And there we also see Nepomniachtchi after his loss. He drops down to 50% alongside Levon Aronian. And that means that we have 1 more day of rapid remaining. 3 rapid games left, and over the weekend, it's just gonna be blitz.
Yeah, 6 points up for grabs tomorrow. And as we just saw with Gukesh, I mean, jumping with those victories.
Yeah.
Blitz, 9 rounds of blitz.
18 rounds of blitz. And we are going to go straight to Zagreb because we have Cristian with the tournament leader, Fabiano.
Thanks, Joey, Fabi. Welcome back to the show. You came into the second day 1 point behind the leader. Now you're 1 point ahead. How are you feeling about your performance so far?
Yeah, today was a good day. The first 2 games went very smoothly, and then against Wesley, I felt like I was for sure losing. I mean, it was such a tough defense and so unpleasant. I basically just have to wait passively at some point and just hope that he doesn't crush me. Yeah, the opening went wrong. Definitely I was playing rather poorly for part of the game, and maybe I defended well at the end. But yeah, I really felt like I was very close to losing it.
But it all started with this game against Levon. This is generally considered not to be a very dangerous line for white. Tell us a bit about the prep, perhaps, if you want to reveal anything behind it.
Well, I thought, the F3 Nimzo is completely forgotten these days. Nobody plays it anymore. Black has like 50 different adequate ways to play, and nobody wants to... white has to know so much and black has to know so little. But it's easy to forget what to do with black because you face it so rarely. So I thought maybe today is the day. And yeah, this is considered the very safe way. We had some sharper games in the past in the F3 Nimzo, but I mean, he definitely surprised me with knight c7. But I remembered, 4 years ago I prepared this F3 Nimzo for candidates. And there's a line that goes like bishop e3, castle, king f2, knight fd7, a4, knight c5, queen d6. Mm-hmm. And I played this against Magnus, for example, at some point in a rapid game. And it was also played in some other games. And so when we were preparing for the candidates 4 years ago, this very rare move, knight c7, we were thinking of what to do here. And at some point there was a suggestion that you play king f2, and after castle, bishop e3, knight ca6 is kind of the top computer line. It's not necessary, but it's the top computer line. And then after a4, knight c5, queen d6, you transpose. So the knight, instead of going from f6, d7, it goes from c7, a6.
Yes.
But it transposes to the same position. And so yeah, here black has to play this move. It's completely necessary, and is what, for example, Wesley played. It's very dangerous for black, but if you know what to do, then black
This
is
is
okay.
necessary.
I'm pretty sure this is necessary. b6, bishop b5, I believe is just bad for black. I don't know what this engine is showing. I think it's just bad for black.
And if he goes a6,
92.
we were trying to figure things out. a6, bishop b7, just normal.
I don't remember.
You thought maybe queen to g3 would be your idea.
I don't remember, but I think this is just bad for black. I mean, I think your engine is... Can I play rook b1? What is...
This is not the most reliable engine. That's true.
Maybe this works out. Yeah, I actually don't remember. I should probably check my lines. But I think that this is just dubious for black. And there's some games here. Like, usually they play with bishop d7, and after knight e2 we can transpose. But I think your engine could use some work.
And after that, you converted quite smoothly. Let's talk about the second game as well. You played against Ivan Saric, he played Gujrathi, and it was quite a, let's say, original game very early on.
Yeah, very tense position. I mean, I thought, okay, we got a good fight from the opening. I think that his big mistake was, actually, I thought it was a mistake. The computer likes it. I thought that he should play knight e1 immediately. And he gets, he trades off, and then he gets knight d3, knight d2. Knight d2, I thought, I'm happy to get c5 immediately, so now he can't play knight e1. I see that the computer doesn't care about this subtlety, but for me it felt important over the board. And yeah, I was playing very...
How did you assess the position if he pushes d5?
I thought he should, and then I was going to play d6, e4, I thought takes with the knight, queen d8, and then if he tries to attack here, I can play knight e8, and then slowly h6, f5, bishop to c8 eventually. I thought it's a tense position. Of course, I'm not better or anything, but I have the bishop. It's a strong bishop in the long term.
You were not worried about the bishop on a8 being left out?
I mean, we discussed a bit after the game. He said that white has no ideas. That was my impression too. That white doesn't have a path forward. Of course, white is solid, black is solid, and it's objectively should be equal. But I thought, okay, it's a long game. That's what I was aiming for.
Mm-hmm.
And then here I was very happy. I thought, got my knight to c5, b3 is weak. But then I probably messed it up, and around this moment, I thought it's basically an equal position. Like knight b3 or something, but then g4 shocked me. I mean, it's such a bad decision. He's not poised for an attack here. I mean, my king is safe. He's not going to attack me. So here, I don't know. It felt like I'm already borderline winning.
Yeah, and you finished it off quite nicely after that. Now, you mentioned about the depressing moments where you have to defend this type of hopeless positions. Gukesh was in that situation against MVL. He managed to turn it around. How do you adjust in the heat of the battle? What's your psychological state at that point?
Well, you have a minute on your clock. You can't think about too many things, so you just try to not lose move by move. That's at least what I was trying to do. The only depressing moment is when you no longer have moves that you can make, and then you feel like the sinking feeling. You no longer have anything that you can do. But short of that moment, there's always a fight left.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of fight left tomorrow as well. We'll see you tomorrow, Alex. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Congratulations to Fabi in saving. We all know what it means. I mean, he's feeling like he just won a game, because he saved this last position.
Yeah, very likely.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how these guys feel. I feel somewhat exhausted, because of all the emotions. Even as the commentator, you live through these games,
right,
and you feel, okay, the guy was winning, and then he almost lost.
Right.
Wow. So I don't know. Too many highlights to pick one game, to be honest.
Well, I mean, we started with the bang, 5 out of 5, and it felt like we were having 5 out of 5 victories. I mean, because those draws felt
They were sharp. They were full of
intense.
twists and turns as
Right.
well. And again, going back to that game with Gukesh against Vidit, that was so sharp.
Yeah.
And then, you felt like Gukesh had it in the bag, and then Vidit managed to turn it around. And then, of course, so many missed opportunities for our players in the final round. And it is that time we're all gathered together where we can smile upon our predictions.
Wow.
And there, well, yeah, so you got the
You're doing
biggest
well.
smile.
Hey,
of
you're
all.
doing well.
I
That's all I
have
can
to
say.
I give all the credit
Step
to
by
Christian.
step, step by step.
And Christian as well.
I give all the credit. I mean, he show us the way to paradise, Christian.
Well, guys, I have to say, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's games, but I'm looking at the standings right now and I'm seeing half of the field separated by only one decisive game. It's Fabiano with 9 points, and then the 5th place we see MVL with 7 points. So only one game separates these players. Anything can happen in the last 3 rounds of Rapid, and then of course we're going to go into the Blitz section where we have so many games, 18 games, but a lot of exciting chess. Everybody is here to fight. Anastasia.
This is what I feel also, and like Fabi is doing really well. I think Gukesh has some luck lately in the last
you
rounds.
Need luck. You need
Absolutely.
Luck, of course.
I'm happy that Vidit made those 2 draws. He was, this crazy game against Gukesh, I was there in the playing hall. I'm sure you were following it during the broadcast. I was there and I was like really wondering what's going on, like why they keep repeating. And it was this moment when Vidit could even lose on time. It felt like, imagine after repeating 10 times, you're losing on time the 4th game. So it was a really exciting moment, and the whole, the audience, everybody was like, couldn't breathe anymore at this moment. So everybody was waiting how this game will finish. So we had really few exciting moments today, many decisive games. So had lots of fun here in Zagreb. Definitely.
Perhaps a world record of repeated positions in that one as well.
Exactly.
We're breaking all sorts of records. Guys, for the moment, back to you in St. Louis. We'll see you tomorrow with day 3 of Rapid.
Thank you. Have to ask a quick question. Quick question to you both. Here it comes. You ready for this?
Yep.
There's a lot of rules in chess. Rules of chess, and they change constantly. The arbiter was supposed to interfere on the 5th repetition, correct? Correct?
No idea.
Well, I'm afraid that I might have been the source of this information because
Misinformation? I think the arbiter has to interfere after too many repetitions. Now imagine that Gukesh or Vidit had overstepped the time control after the 9th repetition, and I win the game. And then the player says, no, you don't, because the arbiter should have interfered.
Actually, that's happened before. And on that note...
Think about it.
We'll let everybody ponder over that question. Maybe some arbiters out there can answer for us. But it was such an exciting day of Rapid. And tomorrow, we've got our final 3 rounds of Rapid. You really don't want to be missing it. Thank you, everyone, for watching, and see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.